strong. I quit things were taking too long, and Lord, it's taking forever to write this song. I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. When mama had me, that damn doctor hit me, and now you know why I'm so goddamn lit. So listen up and take a step back. Real rap's a journey, not a one-way track. Find your own voice, don't just imitate, cause the real ones rise and fakes ones fade. Bragging about the streets they roll, and sitting on the cold aluminum throne while I'm spitting and vibing, they just moan, claiming they're kings but sitting alone. Got bars like a prison, but they can't break free. Spitting recycled lines, no originality, and here I am bringing up clarity while they babble on, lost in their parody. No need to set a trap with a limp in their wall. People saying they can rap, I can't even talk. Babbling lies, they think they're so fly, but I'm here to tell them to say goodbye. Babbling nonsense, trying to chase that fame, but I'm here to call it out. It's a damn shame, claiming they're the next Big E in the game, but their rhymes are weak, just a flicker, no flame. You sound familiar, yeah, real vanilla, so similar, like some out of place gorilla in a small villa deep in Manila. Kin to Queen Camilla and her flotilla and all kinds of Furbies and chinchilla who drank too much tequila. And what's really killer is that the real filler is the real spiller of the real filler is the real filler of the real deal. All these channel nerds on this panel verse using battle words to tackle turds and slaying shit in bit non-bits, putting out hits on men with tits and chicks with dicks and LGBTQ misfits and don't know shit yet, professing truth like an effing sleuth in a private booth with a lion tooth drunk on vermouth like a damn fool. And just in case you haven't heard, I'm a true ogre that writes his own word, so don't cross the line, it isn't blurred. It's from first-hand experience I've learned when I hold the words back in my mind. It's just me trying to be kind, but no, man, I'm not so blind. Speaking is the right kind. Speaking vivid visions right from the start, with each word playing a certain part. A verbal picture that shows its own art, painted with passion, inspired by the heart. I'm telling you, break the chains with the truth in a world full of babble and giving proof. So drop the act, let the real ones thrive. In this rap game, only the genuine survive. When things have become so problematic, I try to find solutions like an addict looking for a bump to keep up the habit, and the effect seems so damn automatic. This comes of personality or whatever you want to call it. I don't participate chasing the bag by trying to ball it. See, I'm a redneck with no money if I pay, I want it. So go ahead and keep hating on me like Jussie Smollett.
Everyone questioning my style, you must be kidding. The words that I am putting forth are hitting you in the right in the face, yet you are tripping. You're drunk on something and you ain't been sipping. Just step into the metaverse where the vibes can be cursed. Digital dreams, but sometimes it feels like a hearse. People lost in avatars, chasing likes in the cloud. But what's worse is the real world's fading now. We all have the freedom of speech, but people always trying to bleep me. Is it because they can't keep me? Or is it because they can't beat me? Bring the simple truths that you can't destroy. All the patent things I've seen since I was a boy. The things that made me cry and brought me joy. The good and bad in my life I learned to employ. Taking from them the experience and leaving emotions behind. And so I learned to be true and no longer accept to be blind. Acting and performing in ways that others have defined, only to find out once again that I have them aligned. We're living in a world that's so filled with doubt. If you're caught in the game, they try to seem to break out. I see you looking for the truth, but it's hard to scout. Thought you were awake, but finding you're lost in the cloud. They feed us the script, gotta learn to live without. Learn to question every lie and to flip the route. See the ages lurking in the dark corners all about. See I'm breaking free, hear my discernment speaking out. Perception's a trick punch like a shadow in a bout. Chasing after dreams, others trying to drown them out. But I rise from the ashes and break free from that doubt in this matrix of madness. You hear me scream out, breaking the chains and getting rid of all the doubt. That's what you have to do to find your way out. Drink the clean waters and let your vision sprout. In a world of deception, together we'll rise and shine. From the matrix way twist what it's all about. Reality's not a screen, that's delusion. You can do it out, trapped in that illusion and mostly seeing others pout. Feeling like a pawn in a game where they set the route. Bet you didn't think I could wipe this rap. Bet you didn't bet I'm right in fact. So scream all you want and write in caps. All you really doing is fighting stacks. So remember I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. My mama had me, that damn doctor hit me. And now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy.
Days ago, and look who we have. Say hi to Dempsey. We've come to realize that it's a female with the dull coloring, and so therefore it is no longer Dempsey Sir Poops a Lot. It is Dempsey Madam Poops a Lot. So just once again, reminder, if you're a steward of life, you will have lifelong friends. God bless. Love y'all. Have a great day.
The Abyss, the greatest show in your mind, and we hope you're enjoying the mockery. Man up, slaves, and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.
Hey, greetings everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Came on today, Stronger Together, Navigating a Tough Transition and Looking Ahead, Dono Drive. For those of you that are familiar with me, my wife and I have been going through what's called a constructive eviction pretty much since November of last year when the trouble started. And it's been a rough transition. We've had to move, took every dime we had to move, and we have been stressed every month since with it whittling down because the expenses here are greater, and we're trying to find an even better place, and our lease is up at the end of this month, but we're going to have to re-sign another lease with this guy and stay here even longer. We were hoping the civil settlement would have come through by now, but it has not. So we are still struggling, and we will be struggling even longer now. And so we're reaching out once again. We've come to a point now where we have absolutely nothing left. We have a water bill to pay yet, and 10 bottles of water, some bread, ham, cheese, couple cans of soup and beans, and of course dog food for the dog. But it's really tough, and we're reaching out. So I come on today, I'm going to explain a little bit for those of you that don't know me, what my path and my journey is, what I've been doing for the last 10 years. And hopefully you'll find some worth in it, some value in it to help us out. So let's start out. Let's go here. My Facebook. Okay, I started on Facebook probably about 13 years ago. And it was just a social site to, like everybody else, show about a little bit about my life. And I wasn't really into it so much. And back then it was showing you about my personal life, like I said. Let's go to photos. Let's go to albums. Let's go to albums, because you'll see the first albums. Fiction, because real life is hard. Okay. Fiction, because real life is hard. But see, in my life, I didn't live fiction. I lived outdoors. This is my son. Casey Albert Little. Passed on when he was 6 months old. SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, which at the time I didn't know what it was. I understood SIDS as SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, didn't really have an explanation. But here it is years later, and I've come to realize that most likely, and I'll never find the answer, I don't think any of us ever will, but I think the answer is the vaccinations. Now, that's just my opinion, but I urge everybody, despite that being just my opinion, because like I've said many times, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your fucking mother either. Do your research so you know. So the last 10 years have been research. But before I had the research, this is what I was doing. I love the outdoors. I love fishing particularly. Oops. This one here is a stringer of catfish. Nothing great size, but great eaters. Eating size, good fish meat that's not contaminated. They haven't been feeding off the bottom. They're in the beginning of their life, so they're feeding off of live, other live things in the water. This is why we use night crawlers for bait. A lot of fish like the live bait. Nice bass. Again, not any great size to it, but a great eater. A walleye. Again, no great size, but great eating. Now here's something unusual. This is on the Cedar River. Okay, and these are called paddlefish, spoonbill catfish. And they exist in two rivers in the United States, the Mississippi and the Missouri. Now there's a relative to it, also called the spoonbill catfish, in Yangtze River, Yellow River in China. And it too is called a spoonbill, but a little bit different. You can tell the difference in the spoonbill itself. So there's only 3 rivers in the world that these fish live in, and we got them in the Cedar River. And that came from a natural occurrence, a natural, what we call disaster, where in fact it was cleaning up the rivers, known as a flood. And this happens for a reason. It's to help clean up the rivers by nature. It's nature's mopping of the bottoms of the rivers, clearing out all the sediment and soot, and sediment and debris that's fallen into the bottom. So it floods and causes a force, a massive force to come along and sweep the bottoms of the rivers. This does 2 things. It cleans the bottoms of the rivers, and when it does that, it turns up all that bottom sediment and everything, and all the decay and everything, and spreads the nutrients and brings them up to the banks. And then when the water goes back down, those nutrients are right there along the banks where plants naturally seed and grow. Okay? This is the process of nature. And there's me in my younger days, being the character I am. Goatee mustache, a little bit different than the mustache I wear today. I was a lot looser back then. A lot more carefree. A lot more of the bitch-ass slave I used to be, thinking it was a big stage and I wanted my 15 minutes to be that popular guy in that popularity contest, to get that validation. And just like fish in nature, I've always had animals around me. As you saw in the introduction video, Lippy, at the very end, I talk about being a steward to life. And I've done that many times. I rescued animals of all sorts. Birds, rabbits, squirrels, rats, snakes, you name it. Turtles, salamanders, even fish. Well, let's not do that anymore. Find a different way of doing that. So let's go to the next album. So in this album, you see a couple turtles. A red painted turtle, and then another one, a little tiny one. This is my life, folks. Crawdads. Snakes. There's some snails. Salamander. This is me and my nature. This one here was along my Appalachian Trail. And you'll notice most people see rocks and they don't see the color. They don't see the rainbow. They don't see the life, the vibrancy. Look at all the different colors in these rocks. Do you see what I see? Or are you still blind? And when I think about the animals, I think about the little children that need to be introduced to them so they can live their life not being afraid of their true nature. See, little children like this are not afraid. They are conditioned to be afraid. And it's only us, the adults, through our own fears, that condition them to be afraid. Otherwise, they're just as curious about the animals as the animals are about them. And then this is me. This is me and my character of the word wizard, as many people had called me. I used to be the kid that walked around with a dictionary and thesaurus in my backpack because I wanted to know when the adults said something, what it was they were saying. And this is how I found out that many adults do not know what the fuck they are saying. As a child, I knew this. This is why I say it's so imperative, folks. It is so imperative to let go of what you've learned. Go back and start over again and be autodidactic. Learn for yourself, observe for yourself, contemplate it for yourself, and then express yourself. Because today what we've gotten into is observing what everybody else has put before us without contemplating it, without questioning it, and just believing it and reiterating it. And that's bullshit. So anybody wants to help out in our drive to help us make it through a few more months, we've got a $500 Dono Go. The PayPal link is pinned down there. Please, every little bit counts. Every little bit counts. So let's get back into it. On Facebook, of course, this is me as well. This is me. I am that dark clown in the abyss, and I will mock you like a motherfucker because you deserve it, just like I deserved it as a fucking fool and a bitch-ass slave that I once used to be. I'm calling you out of her. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to put you down. I'm trying to put you in a place that you recognize to see where you've got yet to go, how far that path is, how much you've got left to climb while you sit there in your comfort and convenience thinking you've done it all. You haven't. Eddie, man, I miss him. One of the losses we suffered because of this transition. And I can't blame him for it. He just wanted his freedom, just like all of us. Got loose one day and went on one of his travels, but he wasn't familiar with the area. Wasn't familiar that we have two high velocity interstates connecting right here in the new neighborhood. The old neighborhood, when he got loose, he was pretty safe because the neighbors all knew him. And it was side streets. Speed limits of 20, 25, 30 miles an hour. They were a lot more cautious. Out here we have 70 mile an hour. There's no way they can stop for him. But today, we do have a new companion, much smaller. Instead of 120 pounds, he's hardly even 6 pounds. Yeah, this is Skeeter. He's barely as big as a Skeeter. So we named him Skeeter. Very timid dog. But a great companion. Again, one of the purposes of my life is to be a steward. So we got another rescue animal. Let's see what else. This is my sigil. It's called a sigil. It's a signature. It's what I go by. And if you notice, it's got the triangle, which stands for Alpha. It's got the O, which stands for Omega. And then it's got this cross. This is my standing. I stand within the Alpha, the Father which art in heaven, and Omega, the world, the Mother Earth that we live in but are not from. This is my sigil. And I bear my own cross. I do not bear Jesus' cross. I do not bear your cross. I bear my cross. And everybody must bear their cross, just like they bear arms in that Second Amendment. Just like your mother bare you in her womb. This is me when I was a young man, 185 pounds, healthy, that young bitch-ass slave. It's actually a prison photo because I was such a bitch-ass slave. I'm one of the bitch-ass slaves that ended up in prison when I was 18. Walked out 3.5 years later. Never looked back and never went back to prison. But that did not mean that I all of a sudden became silent. I've been screaming out, "You ain't my daddy," all my life, and I will not stop. You don't understand that concept. This false patriarch that's telling you the law is a false patriarch. It is not your daddy. You do not have to listen to him. It is not mandatory. Everything is voluntary. Social Security, taxes, even getting a job is voluntary. If you want that job, you must then take under or undertake the personage. That's the problem. People don't understand that. So again, I urge you to unlearn everything you've learned and start educating yourself properly. Get yourself a concise English handbook, a dictionary, and a thesaurus. And then go read that Bible. Whether you're a Christian or not, read that Bible and understand it's not just a story about Jesus. It's a set of parables that guide us in the morals and ethics of a good natural life, not a good governed life by a government. That's me, folks. I love smiling, but I don't get it back anymore. When I smile at people, why is it they refuse to fucking smile back? It's a basic communication. And we've become such servitude to this false patriarch that it becomes concerned and nobody wants to smile anymore. Big buck-tooth gap right there. That's me when I was 10 years old. If even that. I think I was even younger than that. I think that's maybe 8. There's a buddy I met down in Missouri when I was traveling around down there. And you notice he's got the private plate on. Traveled around like that for years in the local area. And then they got a new sheriff, and the new sheriff come in and arrested him for it because the sheriff hadn't been educated. All the other people in the community all knew about him and knew about his privacy and how he plays the game. A new sheriff comes into town, and now it's his law. It's not the law that's been there. It's the law, his law, as he perceives it. This is the problem. You can't just perceive law and then affect it on everybody as your perception. These are my origins. This is why I scream out. My oldest sister, Christina with a K. She's passed on young, about 50 years of age, from heart conditions. Good woman. I saw her once between the time I was 12 and then just not long before she passed away. She came out to Waterloo, Iowa to finally visit us. We didn't know where each other was until we were finally brought into contact. This is my brother Kevin. A good man in his heart, I am sure. But he too has had problems. I would say, despite the way the record looks, that this man is probably most certainly not a bitch-ass slave, but he is doing life for double murder in California. Because he too went around saying, fuck you, you ain't my daddy. And when people tried to impose their will on him, he didn't let them. So consequently, I haven't spoken to him in 30 years. I don't believe that's the measure that we need to take. I believe heavily in Sun Tzu's Art of War. To defeat one's opponent without fighting is the supreme excellence. So I will not bow down to the violence unless I am absolutely forced to. Then, of course, that's me. You can see that same smile. I hope you can see it in the eyes. And then there's my sister Carla. She lives here locally. She owns a bar called the Slippery Pickle. Got a good life, husband, children. But she's one that I call most certainly a bitch-ass slave. Don't know that she likes it. Don't know that she cares. And she should know I don't care. We just finally spoke again for the first time last year. I don't know if we'll ever speak again. My sister Kelly, most certainly a bitch-ass slave. Absolutely. She too has a husband and children, lives in Hawaii. But she's one of the ones that poses that because of the way her life is, that she's popular and that's what validates her. She doesn't validate herself with a spiritual aspect. She validates herself with the material world and all that she's gained from it by being a bitch-ass slave. That's me. Taking the thumps on the head. This is when I was in the Appalachians, trekking around. And this is the importance of survival. Because when you're trekking around and you trip over something, you fall and you smack your head and you knock yourself out. And this is the middle of daytime and you wake up and it's dark. You've been laying there all those hours. It would have been easy for any stray creatures to come along and start feeding on you. This is one of those things I can't figure out why it didn't pull up the whole picture, but it says mankind's most powerful weapon is his own mind. Folks, the most powerful weapon you have is your own mind. And if you don't use it, then how do you expect to be able to fend for yourself? You can't possibly do that. There's no way in hell. And it isn't unless you realize that you've been indoctrinated and that you'll comprehend that you've never been able to defend yourself. And better start learning so you can. I hope you guys are waking up. I hope you wake up before it gets to the point where we're at right now. You know, like I said, we got about 10 bottles of water. We're in a place that costs more and gives us less. Costs more financially and physically. I have to mow the lawn. I have to shovel the walks. Before we didn't have to do that. As an old man that just got through lung cancer, I'm not strong enough to do a lot of those things in full mode yet. So in order to mow the lawn that we now have, it takes me 3 days. So every week, 3 days. It's not all day, obviously, but I can only mow a certain portion of it, and then I'm wiped for the day because I don't have my strength back yet. Working on it still. But in the meantime, because the conditions, we don't have heat or air conditioning, so we're suffering in the heat and having to do the physical work. I'm losing weight instead of gaining weight after losing all that weight and dropping to 105 pounds during cancer. Got back up to 145 after I started getting better, but then I started losing weight again naturally because I bulked up and then started working out, and so it cut some of that weight off. Now I'm working out even more, and I can't eat as much because we're struggling. We don't have the finances. So please hit the PayPal link and help a brother out. Every little bit counts. And remember, your most powerful weapon is your own mind. And when you use it to learn natural things, you can feed yourself. You give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. You teach him to fish, He can feed himself for a lifetime. But again, the imperative there in that lesson is that now you become a teacher, not just providing for yourself, but providing for an education for others so they too can provide for themselves. Without that proper education, we become indoctrinated to pay tribute to a false patriarch who provides everything for us, and all we got to do is ask. That's not intellect. That's servitude. That's bitch ass slaves. That's fucking fools thinking it's a benefit to be lazy and take upon the gluttony that the government offers. See, it doesn't matter what's on the outside. We're all the same on the inside. So the popularity contest of looks. Damn, bro, you was buff. It wasn't about my looks. It was about my physical shape and being able to provide for myself. It wasn't about being buff so I could get a nice looking girlfriend. It was about being able to provide for myself. And you all can do the same thing. And I'm not going to give you an excuse. I'm not going to let you lay back on your skin color or your looks and say, well, I am deprived. Oh, God damn. Best friend I ever had. Look a lie straight in the eye and say, I don't give a damn. You don't mean nothing to me. Anytime I had a problem, he was the one I could go to and he'd help me sort it out. Miss you, brother. Clown, I'm going to clown you. I'm going to clown you in many ways. Because like I said before, I am that clown. Excuse me. Wish I had a clearer picture here. I don't know why it came out so fuzzy, but that's me in my Boy Scout uniform when I was a kid. See, I grew up a Boy Scout, honest, trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. This state doesn't like knowledge. You ought to know that. You ought to know that. My Reggie. Ringneck, Alexandrian ringneck parakeet. Reggie. Regina for Queen. There's me when I tried my private property thing. And for those that are curious about that, no, I don't travel. Not until I have it absolutely rectified so that these people comprehend they are not to interfere with my privacy. Until that day comes, I've got to be here for you. I can't be here for you if I'm locked up in jail, keep pulling the same shit. Trying it till I get it right. When it's not me, that's wrong. So anyway, Facebook. This is where I started. Right here on Facebook. And that's my page on Facebook. But see, I also have a couple groups. Let's start out with this one. Hotep the word, W-Y-R-D, is an Anglo-Saxon and Norse word. It means that everything in the universe is connected by a weave of intricate strands. It is our fates and our destiny. Word is said to be controlled by three sisters called the Norns. They are responsible for shaping our lives. Their names are Ur, that which has become; Verdandi, that which is processed, becoming; and Skuld, that which should be. That which has become, that which is process of becoming, and that which should be. This is the process of wisdom. And that's the true meaning of word. And in Hotep, this is all a construction in my mind, folks, so pay attention. Because when I started out on Facebook, it was Keith Little. Now it's Keith Little, El Hotep Pero. And I chose that for a reason. And when I did so, when I changed my Keith Little profile to El Hotep Pero, Facebook said I couldn't do that, that I had to use a legal name, and that my name that I made up was a fictional name. Yet a legal name is a fictional name as well. It is known as a pen name. Just like a lot of your actors and writers will use pen names in their creativity. I wanted to use a pen name in my creativity, and Facebook said I couldn't do so. So we had to rectify that and show them, yes, I can. And so Hotep is my legal fiction group, where we have all kinds of information. We have Mr. David Horowitz here. If you guys are interested, he does trust law. He has all kinds of seminars, free seminars you can attend. We got George Thomas for all you melanated people that want to find the truths about your origins and stuff. Now, there's different segments of melanation, so you have to be careful in your melanation and your origins. Again, folks, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe George Thomas or your mother. Do your research so you know. Got the Montez Villa. He's going to talk to you about your bitch-ass slavery, too. Same as me. Do you get paid to gaslight, deceive the poor for your economic slave masters, like celebrities and content creators, influencers do? Or are you doing it for free, like your elders and other Roman family and community members do? See, folks, everything I've done so far to this date is for free. Everything I put out there is free. You can access it for free on my sites, on my social platforms, or you can do your research and have access to it to where I found it, the internet. Where'd you get your education? The internet? Yeah, the internet's one of the greatest libraries there ever has been. And just because you can't learn on your own doesn't mean I can't. And that's the difference. Most people think they're different. You're not. You're the same as me. You can learn on your own. You just have to have the will to do it and then follow up with doing it, just like the three sisters, and make it so. Here's another one. Reset rules. Everybody's interested in the reset. Earl Vaughn says, I'm new to this group. I recently joined because I'm always looking for new things to learn in order to improve my life and to help others do the same within my own friend circle. Feed a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Here's one a video I just posted that I did here on YouTube. The Second Amendment, the Constitution enforcement. Whose duty is it? If you think that Second Amendment is there expressing how you are to bear arms, and you think the government's there for enforcement, then you don't know how to read that Constitution for what it is. It's your duty, people. It's your duty for enforcement, and you will find it nowhere else. You will not go to a government agency and find enforcement. You will not go to the police and find enforcement. You will find corruption and people standing there saying, I'm just doing my job. Because your job is enforcement, not theirs. So yeah, all kinds of good information in here. Come join up. P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S on Facebook. My legal fiction group. And these links are down in the chat or in the details section of the video. Let's go to the next one. This is man. Man, all natural. Man. Okay? And this is where we speak about our nature and getting back to living off grid, as they call it. See, living off grid is living in nature like we were meant to be. And again, it's our duty to let the government know they are not to interfere with our nature. Period. You can sue the police for an illegal arrest and resist arrest with impunity. And she's absolutely correct. The Illinois bill awaiting P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S would add oversight on private equity firms buying disability group homes. Remember, folks, I told you when you send your folks to these retirement villages and these places where they're supposed to take care of your people, you've given up your responsibility to do that to somebody else that's only going to do their job. And in the meantime of doing their job, it's a financial purpose. And they are going to rob, rape, and pillage the estate. And the only thing they're going to do is their job. So the one that you love is going to get the minimum. They're going to have barely survival. And that's going to shorten their lifespan. If you want to help your own circle of friends and family, I suggest you start doing so now. Don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. Don't believe your mother, for crying out loud. Do your research so you know. Because if your mother doesn't know how to fish and you think they're going to feed her, they're not going to feed her what she needs. And you're not going to be able to. Greetings, exiled one. I do appreciate everybody stopping in. So that's my Facebook. Me, P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T, and man. The three aspects of myself. My presentation in this popularity contest, right here on this metaverse, that's me. And I show you who I am. I speak about who I am. I show you my sources. I tell you how I interpret things. I give you options. And I'm telling you, you better not opt to believe me. That's not one of the options you should be taking. Then there's P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T. all the legalities and the laws and everything. And then there's man all natural, how to escape that, get out of there, come out of her, and get back to your true nature. So let's go to YouTube. YouTube, El Perro, my main channel. I've got 30 channels on YouTube, folks. 30 channels for a reason. And there are 5 of them that I specifically use. We're going to go over those 5 real quick. We have El Perro here. And in our video section, this is all videos that I've made and created. Most of them with AI here at this top part here. But then you start getting into a year ago, and you'll see I've got other videos that I made in correlation to live videos that I started doing on Facebook, definitions, my assessments, my opinions, and everything. Okay, and a lot of these you're going to see on some of these you're going to see on the other on 1 or 2 of the other channels. But this is my main channel for all the information I put out. And these videos here are the lives that I did from Facebook. That once I started my YouTube channel, I had transferred from Facebook, so they're in the video section. And then we got the videos that I started making with AI. Here's one when I was with, you guys might know Paul Unslaved. Now, yeah, a lot of you people don't like him. I love him. I love him, despite our fallback and our downfall and our discord. I love Paul. But see, that's the distinction. I love Paul, but I don't like what he did. Okay? This is one I made. We're going to watch this. I'm going to pause it real quick here. But this is one I made in regards to my beginnings here on YouTube and the characters I met and how I started out in this with Paul and others. And like I said, I love all of these people. I love you. The distinction is I don't like what I include myself in that. I am not perfect. I still do things at times. But as fucking fools and bitch ass slaves, the things that we say and do to each other. So real quick here.
Man up, slaves, and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.
And please hit that PayPal link and share a little love. Like I said, I'm on a Dono drive trying to bring some funds up because we are stretched and not making it. It has been a difficult, very, very stressful and difficult path for both of us for the last 8 months, 9 months. We are struggling. Please help a brother out. Glad you like that one, Exile. Absolutely. So please enjoy this. I'm going to let it play at normal speed. I got to take the dog out anyway. Please enjoy this. Hit the PayPal link to share some love. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. And even if you don't actually share it, if you copy link, it will help the algorithm. Help the algorithm out. Help this message get out.
Welcome once again to our heroic imagination project as we delve into the insanity in the metaverse.
And hey, Exile, if you want me to drop the link, you're one I would certainly be glad to have on panel. just let me know and I'll drop that link. You can come on up, brother.
Caption, who's your daddy?
And I don't like the word rule.
Well, if we don't like the word rule, let's call it leadership.
Leadership in government is political power, and political power is an official form of antagonizing the people.
What magazine did you say he edits?
A commentary on current events.
Pardon me.
People will watch because it's you people talking. I talk, thousands watch. You talk, 100 watch. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was up here. I was backstage restreaming. Fuck slaves, I do thousands of hours of broadcasting a year. You fuck slaves come on for 20 minutes to an hour every few days. Stop comparing us. It's a whole different format. It's a whole different energy and experience. It's a whole different structure, a presentment, idea, the whole nine. Right? I don't have a formalized official broadcast where I'm the expert bringing on a guest to reveal the truth of how to save everyone from themselves. Different format.
Dude, do you realize we never got to breaking slave news with all this nonsense? All right, give me the final word. I'm out of here. We'll be back tomorrow, as always, 7 days a week, 1 p.m. DT, on or about, if not around 2, somewhere in that area.
It's a bit.
Hey, dumbass.
Humble, baby. Purple.
I think we just got womped on in sign language.
It could be. This experience I'm living, I'm doing my best to explain.
Where's Jesse? Jesse's gone. I wanted him to see baby Hitler over here and see how he thinks about him.
Jesse's gone.
Who's baby Hitler?
Who do you think is baby Hitler? Take one guess of the people on the panel. Oh God.
I can't believe she actually had to ask.
What is Senator Shortbus? Hecklebus is your baby daddy?
How's your energy doing, Jack?
That's fucked up.
Anyways, I sent him. She asked for his link, and then I was like, "Sure, I'll get it to you." And I didn't get it to her, and then she texts me, and she's like, "I really want that link," and I sent it to her.
Yes, please donate today. We are struggling, and every little bit counts. 5, 10, 20 bucks, all appreciated, folks. Please help out.
Who's going live next? Because I feel like
Blessings and grace. Charlie Chapchin, blessings and grace. Who'd have thought? Little Polly boy.
And this is back when I first started learning sign language. Now, I haven't been able to put my full efforts into it like I'd wanted to, but I am still learning little bits here and there. And one day I will be able to sit down, hopefully after all this mess is over, and really put my head into it, and maybe even get a tutor to help me out so that I can learn the language. Again, folks, this is the whole problem, is the language barriers that we have. So if I want to be able to teach a deaf man how to fish, I need to be able to have some other communication with him, because the communication I have, he doesn't. So it's imperative to learn language. This is why I say unlearn what you've been taught. You've been taught Babel. Get a concise English handbook, a dictionary, and a thesaurus.
From the short bus and the special ed class, on drugs, never really a steady friend group, if you could imagine that.
Greetings, Life Hang.
Always moving around.
Good to see you here.
School districts, and I don't play well with others, is the rap that I've gotten. That's what they tell me. From humble, torturous,
thanks,
suffering beginnings, to blessings and grace, consciousness, awareness, discernment, unconditional love with conditional trust and respect, of course. Almost has to be that way. But it feels good to be me at this time. Can't stress that enough, to remind myself, thankful and grateful. Stay faithful. Stay the course. Stay in your purpose and meaning. Stay disciplined in the sense of not just giving who and what you
I
are
appreciate
away
that. I
needlessly.
really do.
Needy and wanting, codependent, attached. We nurture this power, this peace, this inspiration within self, and we give that away. Here, day to day, there has to be a bit of a isolation, in a sense. All right, enough of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Chaplin, famous silent movie actor.
Do you see what they're doing though, Paul? They're such terrible
remix. Did it?
And see, I can't be silent. See, that's the epitome of my Charlie Chaplin character. I can't be silent. Therefore, I must find a way to speak. And I must be able to find a way to speak to those who can't hear. How do you think people that can't hear speak? They speak by sight. The eyes to see, the ears to hear. If you guys don't comprehend that, again, I urge you to unlearn everything you've learned and start over.
Do you see what they're doing?
Do you see what they're doing though, Paul? Do you see what they're doing though, Paul? Do you see what they're doing though, Paul?
So I'll never do a bit or be part of a bit. He's been doing this for 3 days.
Yeah, and it lasted for well over a month. And I want you guys to understand the psychology here. Paul, you will never see him laugh like he laughed like a little boy that I made him laugh like with that bit, non-bit. See, it's my bit, non-bit, and it's not used to tear people down. It's used to make them laugh. It's used to make them think. It's not used to tear people down.
Numbers are up. This
Okay,
is the
let's
guy
see
who
how
said,
they
by the
can
way,
do it.
he would never do a bit. He goes, I'll never do a bit or be part of a bit. He's been doing this for 3 days. For 3 days, he's been doing this.
So when you have this urge, this drive to speak, so much so that you run your mouth and you silence yourself and still speak.
B-Dog was asking how the adoption process worked.
Da-da-da.
That's what I'm talking about, boys. That's how it works, motherfuckers. See how that works?
No.
Yeah, who in the back?
Celebrate the time, come on! Oh, wait. It better not be a Luna Tommy or fucking Flow State or one of them Flow State.
All right, Snafu Snaps. Maybe at some point, I mean, I can't even imagine that I would even entertain this idea. I'm a glutton for punishment. We'll have to see what your skills and abilities are and what your willingness is. Presuming you're not creating any value to get the things you need in the meantime. We may have to take care of Snafu Snaps, Charlie Chaplin. If I take care of him, I mean, give him a piece of land and a tent and tell him, you know, well wishes, right? Best of luck. Whatever you can come up with and create or co-create, whatever you can be involved in. We know we were not going to put him on hash oil detail. That didn't go well last time.
Not at all. Here's your part, Mitch. Coming up.
Oh man, I just love those silent films. It's quite a sight to behold. The confusion of the folks who lack discernment. As if, you know.
You know what though? It's the person behind that character. I know the person playing that character,
And I know that.
I guess maybe I missed your part, Mitch. Maybe that was while I was out with the dog. Yeah, I think we already went past your part. But Mitch was in here. I think he just got womped on in sign language. Yep.
Brick wall, and that's why I don't bring her up.
So you could understand that.
Yeah, I think that's it. Can't separate the character from Wizard.
Well,
because I still see Wizard.
You don't understand how much this character was so anti-American and so anti-system.
Point and nod, Wizard. Shake it, like give the big nod while he says that.
I mean, there's a reason why Wizard reflects and resonates with this character. It's not just a dumb, like, I picked this character, I picked this hair. This is Wizard at full Wizard, but good.
Yeah, full Wizard. Because if you understand Charlie Chaplin, like I said, he was able to speak to people without a voice. And then when he got that voice, he did a show called The Great Dictator. That's what I'm doing, folks. I'm playing the part of the great dictator. In case you can't see it, I'm reminding you just like Charlie Chaplin did.
Wizard. Appreciate it and really enjoy it.
But when he ends it, he has to slick that hair over and do the full spear hand hello.
No, this
like,
is his
end it on
metaverse.
full
This is it,
small
Tommy.
mustache.
He's stuck. We know him as the Wizard is dying, is dead today. Wizard
No, Wizard is reborn.
Absolutely. How little you know. No part of me ever dies. No part of me ever dies. It's always going to be there. The thing is, will it get passed on to others? Will I feed them a fish and it be the fish that I pass on? Or will I pass on part of me, the knowledge that I have that helped me get where I am in life and be the man I am? And see, again, that's that 3 different eggs thing. Doesn't matter what you see on the outside. If you don't know what's on the inside, then you don't know me. That's the thing about know thyself. You have to look inside. And you won't know yourself until you look inside. And the best way to help others look inside themselves is to express your insides.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know. But if you start off.
Greetings, Orthodox guy. Blessings.
That's what he wants.
But his character that I first met him is one that I just distasted. Like I don't
like. You embrace.
Real quick here, let me back that up because if you don't see at the bottom there, right down here at the bottom, it's in our poll's comment. It says, "Since Wizard stopped talking, people started universally liking him." So again, like I explained earlier, the bit non-bit was to make people laugh. So they started listening and laughing. But what they were listening to was just comedy. Nobody wants to listen to me when I'm speaking the truth. That's sad. That is so sad.
Distasted. Like I don't
you embrace change.
And I don't like it. And so I'm not gonna like any other character he plays.
And that's why I don't let you up. Yeah, you got it now.
Oh God, Tommy.
See what progress Wizard is facilitating?
In my next video, you're gonna be in the streets.
I am in these streets. Hey, I'm calling shots in these streets.
Just remember that.
Master marketer, Keith Little. Like you saw on Facebook. That's me. Okay? Not the legal fiction, but it's the aspect of myself, Keith Little. Producer, El Perro. That's the fiction. Through my expressions, it is fictional to everybody else. I have to produce it for them to see it. Clip artist, word wizard. In order for me to produce it so you can see it, I have to edit it. I have to make sure the words are correct so you comprehend them. Director, at Paul Jr. Because Paul is the one that helped show me that my voice is so much more important than I ever thought it was. No one else has done that. Thanks, Paul. Soundstage, heckle bus. Because I'm going to heckle the fuck out of you. I was the once was the fucking fool. I once was the bitch ass slave. Now I'm in position to point it out to you, and I'm going to do so through heckling you. And so I thank you as images and likenesses of my own damn reflection. And this is my echo chamber. It's my safe space. This is where I get to say every fucking thing I want. I do not get censored here. I will censor you if I feel that need, but this is my safe space. So yeah, be sure to leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Let's go to the next one. I appreciate everybody's support. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe. Hit the PayPal link, share some love. So like I said, these were all lives that I did that I had to transfer from Facebook. And then I started doing my own stuff here. Okay, so let's take a look. I don't know why this has got this music over it. I don't know why it does that. I've got to fix that video. But that video was the people that I met out in the Appalachians, and they were run off of their property, their homestead property, because they wanted to homeschool their children. And Grandma and Grandpa didn't think that was good enough. They were coming out of her. But Grandma and Grandpa wanted them to come back into her. They wanted them to be bitch-ass slaves. They wanted them to raise their children as bitch-ass slaves. But these people continued after they got run off and continued to educate their children despite them not being in public education. And they started teaching them how to make their own things by making their own book. If you're going to read something out of a book, make it your book. What do you think Bible literally means? Bible means book. That's it. It's a book. read it for what it is. Let's take a look.
Meeting with the mayor. You saw me at the last city council meeting. And I was able to set up the meeting with the mayor. Went very well. And I want to remind everybody, at that meeting, I spoke about America becoming Hitler's willing executioners. I hope you paid very close attention to the young lady and young gentleman. So that's my message. We need to start educating. So
we need to start educating our younger people so they can become heroes. In case you didn't hear it earlier, it was the Heroic Imagination Project. This is a project headed by Philip Zimbardo. If you're not familiar with Philip Zimbardo is the guy, he was a professor emeritus at Stanford University, and he did the Stanford Prison Project. It was supposed to be like a 3-week study, and he had to cut it short, 6 days, because the people got so psychologically controlled, manipulated, and abused that it was a rights violation. They couldn't continue on with the experiment because it was an obvious civil rights violations. So they cut it short. And now he runs the Heroic Imagination Project, trying to instill that concept that our children are our heroes. We have to develop them into heroes, though. They are not just born heroes. We have to help them. We have to help them with the proper knowledge through the proper experience so they can gain actual wisdom.
we don't become Hitler's willing executioners. Anybody that wants to read it, it's a free copy. I'm going to leave it here. I urge everybody to read it. After my meeting with the mayor last week, I went over to speak to the DA. He wasn't in. I spoke to several other people. I ended up speaking to the assistant, who tried convincing me that you people don't follow federal rules. Every last one of you in official capacity took an oath of office to abide by the Constitution.
And that alone means you follow federal rules. You do not just get to arbitrarily make up your own. Watch that video I pointed out. The Second Amendment, the Constitution enforcement. Whose duty is it? If you think it's theirs, you're wrong. You must enforce it. And you must enforce it by educating them of the reality above and beyond their arbitrary imaginations.
That Constitution made out by Congress, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8, talks about Congress makes rules for the government. You are that governing body. Congress made those rules and they trickle down. You do abide by federal government. And so when one of the people of the community comes in to make an address, a redress of that government, you do not tell us that you don't follow federal rules. 18 U.S. Code 4, misprision of felony. Whoever having knowledge of the actual commission of a felony cognizable by a court of the United States conceals and does not, as soon as possible, make known the same to some judge or other person in civil or military authority under the United States.
Under the United States. Not under your arbitrary imagination of some supposed authority and power that you delegate yourself. Blasphemy. You ain't my daddy.
Shall be fined under this title or in prison not more than 3 years. And like I told the mayor, I'm not here to make accusations.
Congress is your daddy, not mine.
I'm here to make it understood. I am not a United States citizen. I am not a resident. I know how those classifications are defined, just like I know how this is defined. I've done my research. And again, I support the young lady and young gentleman before us. It's about education. This is a heritage community. And like I said, we are slowly becoming Hitler's willing executioners. You have an obligation to the people first and foremost. That obligation is outlined in the Constitution, therefore you will abide it. I again thank you for your support. I'm not here to make any accusations, and again, if it hurts, I'm sorry. I'm only putting forth the truth. Again, if you refuse to listen to the people in your community, who do you think is going to support the very job that you have? Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you don't support us, do you think you're going to get support from us? See, this is the idiocy that they don't pay attention to. They think that their decisions, with all the authority that they can imagine, will outnumber the people. They think it will outpower the people. That is not so. Okay? And the very reason I speak out is this one here. This is a tribute to Paul Revere. You guys don't understand the First Amendment. It's a great, great right to speak out. It really is. And I stand on that. But just like the scripture says, that book, love thyself or love thy neighbor as thyself. It's more important that you know what's going on. And that's exponential because there's more of you than there are of me. There's more of you than there are of the city council. You need to start speaking up so everybody knows. That way, the city council will know that you know that they know that what they're doing is absolutely wrong. They do not hold arbitrary powers. They're only delegated to them under the 10th Amendment by the people, whether it be United States or the state. And that power is exponential spiritually through the 9th Amendment, where we reference that book. See, that's where your true power and authority comes from. Call no man on earth your father, for there is one Father which art in heaven. That's the Father. That's the Creator. And whether you think I believe in God or not makes no difference. My standing is that something was involved in a creation where I now exist. That same something is the exact same something that created you and everything else. See, the eggshell on the outside isn't a fucking thing. It's what's inside. The chemicals, the reactions. That's the creation effect. Us. As an image and likeness, according to that book, I see another man and woman in the same kind of image and likeness. We all look kind of familiar. And that's because on the inside, we are. So my tribute to Paul Revere in reference to the First Amendment, before that Constitution even came out.
Beneath the pines where the red clay cries, a preacher's words cut through the lies. With a Bible worn and a rifle tight, we march where the tyrant's shadow bites. Oh, freedom's flame burns through the night, a rebel yell for the rights righteous fight. Break the chains, let the truth be sworn. From dust and blood, a new dawn's born. The widow sows seeds in her husband's field. Her tears baptize the ground they'll yield. A soldier's ghost hums an old hymn's tune. We'll cross that river for the blood dark moon. Oh, freedom's flame burns through the night. A rebel yell for the righteous fight. Break the chains, let the truth be sworn. From dust and blood, a new dawn's born. When the thunder roars and the levee breaks, we'll plant our flag where the despot shakes. Through fire and flood, we'll hold the line. For peace ain't bought, lest we dare to climb. Oh, freedom's flame burns through the night. A rebel yell for the righteous fight. Break the chains, let the truth be sworn. From dust and blood, a new dawn's born.
Again, my tribute to Paul Revere, written into the expressed long before it was even written into the Constitution, expressing the First Amendment and the power thereof. See, we lost the Republic. You have a Republic if you can keep it. We lost the Republic. We can rebuild it. But now we're on to the phase of people losing their voice. If the people lose their voice, they will never be able to rebuild the Republic. When are you going to wake up? So think about this. I'm only trying to help you learn how to speak. So let's take a look at some more. When it comes to me, we heard the intro, Little Lippy. This is me here as well, in this insane asylum. This insane asylum. You know, that's one of my favorite backgrounds. Let me see. It's one of my favorite backgrounds. Okay. See, I was reminded by Mitch the other day. I thought when they started closing the asylums and stuff down in the 70s and 80s, that the number of asylums dropped. But in fact, what happened was they were closing certain ones, but they were opening all kinds of others, along with opening all kinds of private prisons. So the number of asylums from the 50s in the number of about 350 or so has tripled. More than tripled. It's 5 times as many asylums today than there were in the 70s. There's over 1,500 asylums. Why do you suppose that is? You suppose because the people are getting smarter and more intelligent? Or do you suppose because they're losing their fucking minds?
I'm just sitting and spitting and splitting decisions with precision and the vision of committing ignitions of supervision of depositions and acquisitions for fruition. So imagine this and imagine that. Go ahead and chit chat and give facts that live fat and mismatch and dispatch. It's the ladder of the bladder that gathers the chatter that matters and flatters the flat earthers and trolling truthers and masters of the rappers of the OG chapters, which captures the stature of the pastures that are plastered in the hereafter of your raptured minds. Talking about everything you've seen, from Project Blue Beam, how to shoot things, what you do when you pee, what fools do you eat, anything about shoes or feet, and how you're so damn unique, but you seem to be in a fool's dream, that only you believe when this is a new scene, and especially Brew Gene, where I brew up mean. Now lickety splitting, lick my fit, bit my lip in a bit, now stick clip that shit while I make it real quick as I flip the script and spit a lick to fit into wit with no end to it. So damn lit and a firm ass grip, flow like water, drip, drip, drip. Have patience, so that ain't it. Stay right where you sit as I kick it and stick it. Anyway, you pick it and make sure you listen so you don't miss it. Feel like a misfit or a dimwit that ain't worth shit. And if you don't like it and have a fit, then here's my ass. Now kick it or kiss it and lick it where the split is. You can't battle me or rattle me, just like you can't paddle me. You can't saddle me or straddle me like cattle be. It doesn't matter to me what you blather to me. What's sadder to see is that you're not better than me, just better than me, and you have a flatter chest in me. So take the bad beat with your crack teeth and chap cheeks and grab the backseat and rest your flat feet. This is one OG you can't beat, and I ain't here to play. So say what you gotta say. Make sure it's not a replay. And let's remember, send you out all day. Here's the mic back. Now don't fall flat on your fat ass.
Yeah, don't fall flat on your fat ass, because folks, you have all the time in the world. You have all day to write your own book, to speak your own mind, to educate yourself. Quit listening to everybody else and believing. Do your research so you know. Let's see the next one. So we got the shit show. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the shit show, but you should go check them out. I wrote this song in regards to these panel verse, in regards to this panel verse and everything. And I'm up here today, hoping people will help out with the Dono goal. Go ahead and hit that like, share, and subscribe. Hit the PayPal link and share some love. All is appreciated. But when it comes to these other panels in this panel verse, you'll notice that they have the super chats and stuff. I don't do the super chats. I'm not monetized. I'm never going to monetize. That is not my purpose. My purpose is to spread the message. Again, give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. To teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. And the equivalent of that is so that he can then teach others, not just feed himself, but then teach others. That's the imperative of the message, is the education, like I mentioned in the city council meeting. So here we have one making fun of the shit show. And then I met the shit show. I wrote this. And again, yeah, this is AI stuff, and you may not like the AI stuff. But for people like me that are not acoustically talented, we can use the AI to make things that would suffice for our pleasure. So hopefully you'll enjoy this shit show.
It's a shit show, but it's a hit, yo. Panel full of talkers, all bark, no soul. Drama's on tap, spilling fast and loud. Dollar signs flashing when they rile the crowd. Super chats rolling, they pay for the beat. Truth takes a backseat. Clouds the belief.
Keep chasing
It's a shit show, baby, prime time gold. Numbers climb high while the morals get sold. Turn up the heat, let the chaos flow. Ain't about truth, it's a rodeo. If the views keep coming and the cash still grow, I'll stop the circus, let the madness go. Fake tears fall and the mic gets cut. One's playing victim, the other talks tough. Receipts get dropped, now the chat's on fire. A digital bonfire built from liars. But every low blow makes the money ring, so they keep on dancing in that drama swing. It's a shit show, baby, primetime gold. Numbers climb high while the malls get sold. Turn up the heat, let the chaos flow. Ain't about truth, it's a radio. If the views keep coming and the cash still grow, I'll stop the circus, let the madness go. There's a spotlight on the petty, and fame's just clicks away. They don't care who they bury, as long as someone pays. It's a shit show, baby, but the lights still shine. Even fake crowns look good online. One big game where the real get paid, but the scoreboard's few, so the lies stay paid. Yeah, it's messy, ugly, and kind of slow, but welcome y'all to the shit show.
Okay. So let's continue on. So, which way to the asylum?
And you thought these panels were your safe space, huh? What makes you think this is not a clown show? When you invite a clown to your house, then expect a circus by proxy. And if you don't like the fanfare and the elephant in the room, you can just leave. There's no crying in here, and if you do, things get real serious. All it takes is one bad day to reduce the sanest man to lunacy.
That one bad day. How many bad days in a row can you survive without becoming a lunatic? How much can you put up with before this thing turns you into an insane individual? Okay? Let's see. This one here is just a short contemplation that I had one day. Because we spend all of our time imagining both the pros and cons. We spend so much time imagining all the glamour and fame when we seek our validation in this popularity contest. And at the same time, we spend most of the time in fear of rejection and failure in that attempt. So the simple contemplation is, how long does it take to dream a dream? See, people think that all you got to do is have an imagination in your head and the dream comes true. No, that dream that was just a blink of an eye in your mind while you were sleeping takes a lifetime.
Do you know how long the nightmares will last? When a storm rolls in from your shadow past, the wind keeps whispering names you've lost. Every dream comes with a cost. Do you know how long it takes to dream a dream? Is it when the fire burns down to a low blue gleam? You reach for hope, but the night's so wide. Still you keep that faith alive inside. Boots hit the ground, hearts beat the same. Family, faith in the pouring rain. Thunder in the soul, lightning in the veins. Every loss, every scar, just part of the same. You can't outgrow what's carved in your seams. But Lord, you can dream a dream. Do you cherish your memories, visions gone past, and the lessons that life throws hard and fast? You fight, you fall, you rise again, like a stillborn oak in the southern wind. No one knows how long the pain will stay, but you learn to dance in the rain anyway. The bones don't break, they bend and breathe. In the songs we sing and the lives we lead. Boots hit the ground, hearts beat the same. Family and faith in the pouring rain. Thunder in the soul, lightning in the veins. Every loss, every God, just part of this chain. You can't outgrow your carved in your seams. The Lord, you can dream a dream. The night don't own you, the past don't define you. Every dawn's a chance to ride again. Boots hit the ground, hands to the sky. Brothers and sisters standing side by side. Thunder in your soul, let the heavens cry. No brave gonna steal this brand. No one knows how long the pain may scream, but I know how it feels to dream a dream.
Greetings, Exiled One. How you doing today, brother? Appreciate it.
I'm doing all right, bro. I see my little brother Bronsberg came through too.
Yeah, he said he's charging his phone. Hopefully he'll stop up too.
Yeah, hopefully he ain't too busy. Sorry it took me so long, bro. Got a lot going on in the background.
Oh, that's all right. I appreciate you stopping up. I'm just going through on a Dono drive because we're having a hard time and going through and showing people my different profiles of what my life has been in the last 10, 12, 13, 14 years and so, showing my progress of building my platforms and why. And one of the things is that, you know, I have 30 channels here on YouTube. And that's because I understand I have those different personalities. Many people get confused about this multiple personality disorder that they put out. And they think it's a disorder because they have multiple personalities. No, everybody has multiple personalities, and you have to learn how to put them in order.
Yeah, to categorize them.
Yeah, you can't treat your mom like you do your wife, and vice versa. You can't treat your daughter like you treat your wife, and vice versa. You can't treat your son like you treat your grandfather. All these things, you wear different hats when you interact with different people, and they don't understand that. They take their emotions from one category into another, and that's the failure of logic and reason, and that know thyself. You know, that part about knowing how we change throughout the day when we interact with the different people we interact with.
Yeah, I caught a very interesting part of the stream earlier where I was like, damn, Pearl feel just like I do when you said pretty much you love Paul, but you dislike the things he does or did. With me, it's the same thing. I love him because he's a fellow human being and he strives to have a relationship with the Father, but I don't like the spirit that's within him.
Exactly. And this next one is going to help. I hope help people understand where I'm coming from when I say I too was once a bitch ass slave. I too was once a fucking fool. And it comes to the accountability. And so this is accounted for because I've already been accounted for. I am not the sinner. I can sin and I can ask for repentance and forgiveness. And that's only because I have to hold myself accountable, not because somebody else asked me to. And that often goes by the wayside. And it's a weak apology. The best apology is to yourself by knowing thyself, and you've altered yourself. You have faulted yourself. You have discounted yourself instead of accounted for it. So it's accounted for, and it's about redemption. Let me know what you think.
I agree with you.
I am accounted for, my name's been read, written in the ledger where the lamb was led. Did not the body, did not the blood, pay every debt in the flood of love? So tell me now, what's left to owe? When mercy calls, I can't say no. Are we too old? No man anything. Just grace erase what the law might bring. If love's a yard, then love fulfills all that binds all their wills. The silver spend, the temples fall, but the heart still whispers through it all. Render to God what is divine, and what remains is only mine. So tell me now, what's mine to keep when every truth cuts dark and deep? Are we all knowing anything? Does the blood absolve the suffering? If love's the law, then I am free. But is that law the law of me? save love for you.
Are we to owe no man anything? Did not the Christ pay everything? The law fulfilled, the veil torn through. Now the law of me is loving you.
So real quick before you respond, is it the law of me? The law that you follow, is it your morals and principles? What do you got, brother?
To be honest with you, no, they're fathers, bro. You know, I've told you before, bro. I passed twice, and when I came back the first time, I was given the gift. Well, I've lost that gift or lost sight of it, bro. Last time I went into the darkness, I can't find myself back to the light, bro.
Yeah, and that's literally what I mean. It's the law that's written on your heart, the morals and principles that are written in your heart. Is that what you're following? You know, and when we speak of Christianity, like our brother exiled here, that's his God that he's talking about. That's his laws. You know, so that's what's written on his heart. And
Well, I
I
was
believe
allowed to operate in the light and the darkness, bro. It's just like I said the last time I went to the darkness, bro. I got lost, and it's hard to explain, but I'm stuck in a situation where I'm standing still now, just waiting on an answer because I don't know where to go from here.
Yep. That's the situation we're in. We're waiting for an answer. We put everything out that we can, and we're waiting for an answer to hear back from the Iowa Office of Civil Rights on this civil claim, and it's causing us problems. So while we're on the topic, hit that PayPal link down there. It's pinned to the top of the StreamYard. Help a brother out. Every little bit counts. We're struggling hard, folks. And in the meantime, you know, it's that struggle that makes us. You know, I mentioned this mental health thing, this asylum. How many bad days are you going to have before you go insane? That's what strengthens us. Don't be afraid of it. It builds the character. Go through it. You might look bad in portions of it. You might look like you're insane in portions of it. Like I mentioned earlier, I no longer press the travel issue because I know I will not be able to get my viewpoint out and have it expressed in a way that these people will comprehend it, because they're just going to keep going to their authority, which is shit written in books. It's not written in their hearts, and they refuse to submit to that. That's what tells me they're bitch ass slaves and they're fools. Let the fools be fooled. When it comes to Paul and our interaction and our downfall, he told me something one time, and that's leading into our next video. He told everybody he was on a piece of land and he couldn't make it work because the land was desolate. And I'm sure you're familiar with the scriptures, exiled, and that's the exact identical story of when the Israelites were freed from their slavery and went out onto the promised land and found out they had to work for it. They had to tender the soil from Adam and Eve going out, being put out of the garden. If the garden was the Garden of Eve and they were put out of it, where do you think they were put to? Another garden? Or was the land desolate and now they had a job to tend it to? So this is what my fallout with Paul was about over that simple statement. And this is, I hope you enjoy the symbolism in the gorilla and all of it. And its internal mechanism in myself to force that separation from Paul. Like I said, I love Paul. I do. He's a great man. He might even end up doing greater things than I.
grab my soda cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape ape. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you so lit, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimation. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan, how you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation with gross castration in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation, you're a cheap imitation. Dark scent hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over this bit, non-bit.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Production. Man up, slaves, and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.
And to address Rodney Kitley, we're just reviewing my journey. So though there was a separation, I have rejoined with Paul a little bit, somewhat. I do go over and check out his streams, and I do make comments in his chat, but I'm kind of reserved about him, and I find myself reserving myself even more after, again, recent reactions to comments. And that's the epitome of the video we just saw. You know, when I talk about grape ape and this and that, you know, and falling into a bit non-bit, you know, it's just one hit of truth, and I'm going to start spreading it. It's not a bit non-bit. It's not just one hit off of a damn joint or a pipe. It's one hit of truth. So every time I hit a piece of truth, I'm putting it out there. It's dark psychology. It's a mirror reflection of what's actually being said. Like I said, Paul might one day do greater things than I don't know yet. He might find a piece of desolate land and say, hey, I got this, and show us a garden. That's what I hope.
Hey, Wizard, I love you, brother. I got to get out of here. You want to say bye to the wife before I leave?
Hi, Wizard.
Oh, I am blessed. I am blessed. How you doing, Eliza?
I am doing, it's fucking hot. I swear to God, I done got like 5 shades blacker. I'm just happy I can still see my face.
Yeah.
It is hot as fuck. Or actually, I would say hot as hell, but I don't think it's that hot. I think it's only at like jalapeno pussy hot. I don't think it's hot as hell, but it's definitely getting there.
Yeah.
But yes.
Always good to hear from you. Always. I hope you guys join the panels more often. I appreciate your input, your intellect, and your respect. You know, it's like I said earlier, I grew up a Boy Scout, honest, trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. I see that in you guys. And this reminds me of Romans 2:14, wherein the Gentiles who did by their nature what the law said without knowing the law are a law unto themselves. And that's the way I see you guys. Because I don't see you being a Boy Scout. I don't see you being a Boy Scout, man. Yet I see you say you carry those same characteristics. And that's what it's
Yes.
about, folks. We're actually all the same on the inside. No matter what our skin color is, no matter if our skin color changes, inside we are always going to be the same. So I appreciate you guys very much.
Not a problem. We actually got some family business, and our family might be expanding. So no, I'm not pregnant. Don't nobody ask me. I'm not knocked up. I swear to God. But we're having some fun conversations, and our family may be expanding. So whenever we come back next time, just ask Exiled, and we might be able to give you some fun, good news.
Absolutely, we'll do it. Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I bid you all adieu. You guys have a wonderful evening, and please try to stay as cool as you can.
Yep.
And
I
with
got
that,
a fan on me right now. With no air conditioning, we got to have fans right on us.
absolutely. But with that, we are out. Bye, Wizard.
Be blessed. I am blessed. Thank you. Okay. So let's get back to it.
He called me a damn voice cut. That was the weirdest fucking.
Okay. So yeah, let's see here. Yeah, that intro. Rodney Kitley asked me about an intro on a video I did here a while back, and it says, "This is the intro I was referring to. Do you really mean this from your heart?" I do, and I hope you understand the dark psychology on it when I said it's all reverse psychology, because I do have faith in Paul. He's one of the few people I do have faith in. Yes. Yeah, you missed it. He was waiting for you to come up, Bronsberg. We had expectations you would come up. I told him you were charging your phone. So in the meantime, again, reminder, we could use some help here. Hit that PayPal link. It's pinned. Every little bit helps. We appreciate it all. So let's see here. Next one. Tongue's chain. This is from Matrix. I used the Matrix as the background on this. And this is why I speak out. I see everybody wearing shackles around their tongue instead of their hands and wrists. That's where I see your shackle. It's on your tongue.
Gather together to state their demands, trying to govern the work of my hands. They use little policies, neat and precise, to sanitize every opinion and advice. The language you speak is a chain on your tongue. Every statement is borrowed, every anthem is sung. You rely on the script to express what you feel, failing to grasp that your spirit is real. They claim to be fighters, demanding respect, but silence the voices that dare to inject a thought that is different, a view that is sharp. They prefer the sweet silence of a soft, simple heart. My logic is mine, I won't beg for the floor. I stand by my terms and I settle the score. You carry the burden of rules you embrace. I choose the wild path and I set my own pace. They'll call you the problem for breaking the mold, but their own house of glass is fragile and cold. They preach of responsibility, honest and true, then blame everyone else for the things they should do. They point out the errors they want you to see, ignoring the flaws in their own history. You trade independence for comfort and peace. Wishing the pressure and hard work would cease. My logic is mine, I won't beg for the floor. I stand by my terms and I settle the score. You carry the burden of rules you embrace. I choose the wild path and I'll set my own day. Keep listening to others and following their laws. I am the creator who finds all the flaws. I answer only to me. I am free.
So yeah, it's your tongues that are chained. They're the ones. That's what's shackled. Let's look here. Next one is "Let It Rain," and this is from Beetlejuice. 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 You know, when you get summoned, when he calls you by your name, are you going to recognize it? Or are you going to be stuck in the middle trying to find your... Just let it rain, folks. Instead of looking for the comfort and convenience, experience the rain. Like Exile was saying, experience the light and the dark. When you become afraid of the dark, as in The Abyss and Friedrich Nietzsche, Jung followed up, said, don't. Learn about it. So that when you have to go up against the beast, you have the same power as the beast to be a beast and beat the beast. So you can get through the rain. So that you know you can dry off in the end. I appreciate that, Rodney. Rodney says, when I need to know about the UFC or UCC process and procedure, you are my go-to guy. I appreciate that. But remember, folks, the thing that's more important is what's written in your heart. That will lead you more than anything or anybody. Appreciate it, Rodney.
Childhood, I'm so wishing I could keep. I'm tired of the depression that makes me so sad. I'm tired of the aggression that makes me so God push the way, can't just fall apart. Every breath is a battle, straight from the heart. The darkness is calling, but I ain't answered yet. Gonna pay my own debts, gonna deal with the threat. I struggle through the quagmire that I must trudge. But the everyday troubles of life, I do not begrudge. Sometimes my bottle is half full, others half empty as I battle against my lifelong addictions. There are times that I can't seem to stop the pain, just like it is impossible to stop heaven's rain. Gonna pay my own debts. Gonna deal with the fact. The hurt oftentimes cuts me to my innermost core. But I'm already soaking wet, so let it fucking pour. Yeah, so let it rain down on me because I'm still standing. Can't you see?
And so that one, let me pull up here. That one was from a poem that I wrote probably 2 decades ago. All the others were things based on recent events in the Panelverse and my recent journey. But there was a day I was in the 12-step programs and I did some writing there, as I've always done. I've done writing since I was a little kid, but I lost all those and all my drawings and everything through various things. But there are certain writings that I've been writing for a number of years that I kept on the internet since the internet's been out. So I do have that kind of a record. And that song specifically came from a poem that I wrote. And we'll see that poem here later on when we see the Keith Little site. But let's get back to it. We're just about done with these. Okay, this is going to show you something you might. I walk. Okay, this is me when I was 18. No size to me. Thin string bean guy, 120 pounds. And I go through the same things everybody else does. And this is just like the scripture says, know thyself. It also says heal thyself. And I think my interpretation of heal thyself comes more to the emotional aspect and the mental capacity of standing strong when you have to go through the trials and tribulations of life, such as a young man at 18 years of age doing something stupid and ending up in prison. Not a very survivable place for a young man of only 120 pounds, string bean. Most commonly. However, the man you're looking at here has an intellect and a respect for life. So he's able to carry himself in a certain way because all of his life, already at 18, he's been telling people, fuck you, you ain't my daddy. Because he had to go through trials and tribulations as a child of all kinds of adults in foster care telling him lies. So he grew up a young man with the respect for truth. And in the truth of it, know thyself, heal thyself. You can go through anything. I've been through many, many atrocious things in my life. All of them, which this current event, no matter how hard it seems, have no comparison. This event has no comparison to them. I've been through much worse. So when it comes to heal thyself, pay attention. And if you need help, reach out.
I walked into prison, still a boy of 120 pounds. When I walked out, I was healthy and mindful.
Know thyself. Heal thyself.
See, it's not just the physical, but the mental health too. You can get help before prison. Call 988 for help today and be blessed.
Hear that, folks? If you need help, reach out. 988 is a nice one you can call. But if you need something more personal, find people in your life. Get to know them. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Know thy neighbor as thyself. It's all redundant, folks. And it's so simple. So let's see here. Another one for the panel verse. Because if I do monetize a channel, this is what you're looking at.
The panel verse is full of scarlet.
This is what you're looking at. This is the way I see this panel verse. So if I do monetize, this will be my intro.
The panel verse is full of scarlet letter ladies of the night. They embroider their tragedy like a price tag, begging the world to stare. They mistake their degradation for fame, dancing in the spotlight of their own misery. I don't have to force them to the street, and I just charge them rent for the stage. I am simply the broker, collecting a tax on their tears. Welcome to another personality inventory mockumentary production.
Is that your poem?
I don't know.
Today's mathematics.
Don't know where we got that one.
Verse is full of.
But anyway, that's the darkness I talk about. You know, I'm able to go there. I don't want to, but I'm able to because I recognize myself in that mirror, in that dark abyss. Like Exiled was saying earlier, you know, going through that darkness and looking for an answer. Answers are out there. And again, that's one of the reasons that I kept telling people, fuck you, you ain't my daddy. Because looking at them, telling me shit that I knew, even though as a child I didn't know the truth, I knew what they were saying to me wasn't the truth. So instead of looking for truth in people, I started looking for it in reality through my own observances. Let's see here. And then hopefully one day.
Little lippy bobbleheads in design now. Show your interest by hitting those buttons.
One day I'd like to make some little lippy bobbleheads. Now, little lippy bobbleheads would be just plain bobbleheads. However, like you caught on by now, I hope, I like the freedom of expression and that voice. I like the unchained tongue. So I hopefully have to.
Little lippy babbleheads coming soon.
So hopefully I'll be able to put out little lippy babbleheads and little lippy bobbleheads. And let's see here. Now we'll go to the lives. And the lives, you should be quite familiar with those that know me. I do these regularly, and I'm always talking about judicial complaint dismissed for lack of sufficient evidence, my own personal experiences. The American Dream, celebrating Hitler's willing executioners this 4th of July. You know, we've got some people from south of the border here in the neighborhood, and I found out this year that they celebrate their freedom here in America on the 4th of July better than any American I have ever seen. They appreciate their freedom. I oftentimes speak about Hitler's willing executioners as I wear this short mustache. It's my main proponent of voice. Like I said, I call most people bitch-ass slaves. Hitler's willing executioners. Fucking fools. You'll hear me using bitch-ass slaves and fucking fools most often. And here in the last few years, you've heard me start using Hitler's willing executioners. I do so for a reason. Right here on American soil, all my life, I experienced people saying I'm just doing my job. So in case you guys don't understand the reverse psychology here, I wear this short mustache as the man with the short mustache, reminding people that if they're going to sit there and tell me that they're just doing their job as Hitler's willing executioners, then they better fucking understand that I then am Hitler himself, and I am telling you what the fuck you're supposed to do. I am upholding the enforcement, that freedom of expression, the right to petition the government for redress of grievance. And I can do so without a goddamn petition on a piece of paper. I can do it with my voice. See, Waterloo City Council meeting. Did a few videos on that. A couple videos and then a review. From compliance to control, are we becoming Hitler's willing executioners? In regards to today's video in a Dono drive, they forced us out. Now the federal government is stepping in, and they stepped in, and we're still waiting. And in the meantime, like I said, our expenses have increased. Our physicality of maintenance into the property has increased. Things we weren't prepared for because they forced us out. So go through and check these out. These are my live videos that I do for you. When I get the truth, I put it out, and this is where I put it out. This is over 1,500 videos. I appreciate all the recent new subscribers. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe, and get this out there so others will continue to subscribe, help the algorithm. Even though I'm not about the numbers are very important in getting the message out, because it's not about me and my numbers. It's about the message itself. The epitome of the First Amendment, like I said, was Paul Revere. And he told it to the people in the darkness of the night. He wasn't afraid to make that ride right then and there when it needed to be done. I'm telling you, it needs to be done, and you need to be the ones doing it, folks. You need to start taking the shackles off of your tongue. Shorts. Now you'll see here recently I've done a lot of shorts in regards to the psychology aspect of my observations. And so I express it through a guy named Little Lippy. So I have some recent new shorts that I put up, but then I have these Little Lippies, a bunch of short clips about the panel verse and identity and reality. So go through and check some of those out. Because
They're coming to take me away, ha-ha. They're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha, to the funny farm. They're coming to take me away, ha-ha. They're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha, to the funny farm.
When do you think they're going to come for you? You think they're going to just take you to the police station? You might end up in a hospital, and it might be a mental one. Might be emergency care. You might end up in the basement of either one, electroshock therapy or the morgue. You never know. They're kind of similar paths. Then, of course, I always see people with their heads up other people's asses.
Holy shit, I never knew respect required a full inhalation.
You know what I mean? Or how about enlightenment? When you get your, like I said, folks, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. And for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. You're not going to find enlightenment through them. Let's get back there. My apologies.
The abyss isn't trying to hurt you.
Why did it do that? I imagine they don't like some of my shorts.
Holy shit, I never knew enlightenment came in brown.
Most people's enlightenment is pretty shitty, is what I'm saying. So check out the shorts. Have your fun with them. Understand them. They may be sick. They may be dark. You might think me the bad guy.
What you looking at? You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be? You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy.
So what'd that make you? Good? You're not good. You just know how to hide, how to lie. Me, I don't have that problem. Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So say goodnight to the bad guy. Come on. The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again, let me tell you. Come on. Make way for the bad guy. There's a bad guy coming through. Better get out of his way.
So hit that like, share, and subscribe. There's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. Always appreciated. It would certainly help out greatly. We are down to our last 10 bottles of water, some ham, cheese, and bread, some couple cans of soup and beans, stuff like that. And of course, we got dog food for the dog, but still struggling. Got a water bill due on the 30th and no funds at least until the 3rd. So if you could help out with a little love on the PayPal link, always appreciated. I've got some posts on this. Reminder of how the blockchain works when it comes to this internet. This is the reason why I have my own website, so I can provide for my own private email setup that is not a commercial enterprise. It is strictly private. It is on a private platform with private cybersecurity. I don't need McAfee or anything like that. And oftentimes, when some of these people try to email me, it won't come through because they don't have access. So I have to grant them access by getting their email first and putting it out from my place as a point of origin for an offer and acceptance. It has to be my offer. Think about it. Got one here, starting a new podcast, the Short Bus Podcast TV. That's the last one we're going to be looking at, Ecobus. So we've got yet to look at Word Wizard, Keith Little, Little Lippy, and Hecklebus. Word Wizard's going to break down the words. Keith Little is going to be the experiences firsthand of Keith Little outside of this metaverse and all the legalities and everything. And it's going to expose my inner side. It's where we're going to see that poem that I made into that song. Various other writings that I've done. private views, interpersonal views and stuff. I have a populist view, and that populist is according to the mankind I see in the world. Then we'll be looking at Little Lippy, which is my tongue unchained totally, bringing out the dark humor. Because I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. And when that damn doctor had me, or when my mama had me and that damn doctor hit me, now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy. We come into the world and we're started out with violence right away. Granted, it's not an aspect of violence as being violent. It's the physicality of hanging us upside down, smacking us on the back to make sure that somebody else did their job properly. Amazing. Anyway, the new podcast, the Short Bus Podcast TV, is on Heckle Bus, and I'll provide these links. Like I said, they're all down in the details section of the video you're watching today. And it's a new digital debate platform. I should edit that. A new digital debate platform for intellectuals. And when I say debate, it's not like we're going to get up there like these other debate channels. It's more of a discussion, topical discussion of living off grid by learning how to come out of her with all these technologies. In other words, using the technologies for their benefit and not getting so involved in them that we manipulate ourselves into a situation where we end up with what's known as a Javon's paradox. In other words, we end up eating ourselves alive for want and desire of technology. Technology can be used. If you understand the term technology, literally language is technology. So the new modern technologies that we think of are more in a materialistic form rather than an intellectual form, where the true technology starts. Okay? We all know drama is abundant in these areas as people feel the absolute need to be right. However, most often they come with only their feelers and projections in ad hom and straw man attacks. This platform will give little room for that and will be a higher demand for intellect with real now time sources. In other words, we're going to be able to show technology in use, show sources of where this technology comes from, show our research, show its beneficial aspects, not in remaining in the system, but in living off grid, all the way from Heckle Bus rides, which is a short bus conversion bus to live off the grid. Because I'm going to come take you away, but I'm not going to take you to the asylum within. I want to come take you away and bring you out of her, the false matriarch, into the true her, the real earth, where comforts and conveniences can be had, but the natural disasters that we think are so disastrous, we can go through them and they're no longer disasters. They're natural things that occur that we need to be able to expect and work through. Floods don't live right on the fucking river. We live uphill a ways. Things like that. Don't build dams. Let the rivers flow naturally. Please feel free to express your desire to join us and send me an email telling me you want to participate. And the email is wordwizard@wordwisewarriors.art, my website. That is also down in the details section of this video you're watching. The email. And then, of course, if you look at wordwisewarriors.art, just put that into your search engine and you'll find my website. Read it and expose me for anything you feel pro or con in relation to this topic of a paradigm shift in knowledge distribution and media authority. What is your position? And then I post an article, and it's on Facebook. And you go to my community section here on YouTube, and it's the second post down. Hit that link and it'll take you to my Facebook page, where I discuss a paradigm shift in knowledge distribution and media authority. A way of helping introduce you to my concept and my ideology of coming out of her in our modern times and these modern technologies by returning to natural technologies, and one of which is the most natural, our voice. Okay, let's see here. Playlists. I don't know what all I've got for playlists, but you can see them there. There's a bunch of them. There's one for off-grid that I started, the Soul. Trading with the Enemy Act is one that I think everybody should check out. There's 7 videos in there. It's going to teach you about this new world order, the United States of America, the Trading with the Enemy Act, and foreign asset control. Tits out. This is evidently it's a private one. I'll have to fix that. But there's a series of tits out videos that you're going to see in my lives that I'm going to end up making a playlist out of, and it's me talking about the bitch ass slavery that I see going on in everyday life, and it's a review of other people's videos showing it. A lot of cop videos in there, a lot of Ken and Karen videos, people telling on each other while they babble and don't know the law, because they're not doing what's on their heart. They're doing what's in their feelers, their emotions, that frontal lobe. They're not using their heart. Okay. So real quick here, we're going to take a quick break. I got to go to the bathroom, do a couple things. So please enjoy my original intro. Lippy.
Oh Lord, I've done so many things wrong. I backed away when I should have stood strong. I quit at things were taking too long, and Lord, it's taking forever to write this song. I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. When mama had me, that damn doctor hit me, and now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy. So listen up and take a step back. Real rap's a journey, not a one-way track. Find your own voice, don't just imitate, cause the real ones rise and fakes ones fade. Bragging about the streets they roll, and sitting on the cold aluminum coal while I'm spitting and vibing, they just moan, claiming they're kings but sitting alone. Got bars like a prison but they can't break free, spitting recycled lines, no originality, and here I am bringing up clarity while they babble on, lost in their parody. No need to set a trap with a limp in their wall. People saying that you ever can't even talk, babbling lines, they think they're so fly, but I'm here to tell them to say goodbye. Babbling nonsense, trying to chase that fame, but I'm here to call it out. It's a damn shame, claiming they're the next Big E in the game, but their rhymes are weak, just a flicker, no flame. You sound familiar, yeah, real vanilla, so similar, like some out of place gorilla in a small villa deep in Manila, kin to Queen Camilla and her flotilla and all kinds of furbies and chinchilla who drank too much tequila. And what's really killer is that the real filler is the real spiller of the real filler is the real filler of the real deal. All these channel nerds on this panel verse using battle words to tackle turds and slinging shit in bit non-bits, putting out hits on men with tits and chicks with dicks and LGBT misfits and don't know shit yet, professing truth like an effing sleuth in a private booth with a lion tooth drunk over move like a damn fool. And just in case you haven't heard, I'm a true ogre that writes his own word, so don't cross the line, it isn't blurred. It's from first-hand experience I've learned when I hold the words back in my mind. It's just me trying to be kind, but no, man, I'm not so mine. Just Speaking is the right kind. Speaking vivid vision right from the start. With each word playing a certain part. A verbal picture that shows its own art. Painted with passion, inspired by the heart. I'm telling you, break the chains with the truth. In a world full of babble ain't giving proof. So drop the act, let the real ones thrive. In this rap game, only the genuine survive. When things have become so problematic, I try to find solutions like an addict cooking for a bump to keep up the habit. And the effect seems so damn automatic. This comes of personality or whatever you want to call it. I don't participate chasing the bag by trying to ball it. See, I'm a redneck with no money if I pay and want it. So go ahead and keep hating on me like Jussie Smollett. Everyone questioning my style, you must be kidding. The words that I am putting forth are hitting you in the right in the face, yet you are tripping. You're drunk on something and you ain't been sipping. Just step into the metaverse where the vibes can be cursed. Digital dreams, but sometimes it feels like a hearse. People lost in avatars, chasing likes in the cloud. But what's worse is the real world's fading now. We all have the freedom of speech, but people always trying to bleep me. Is it because they can't keep me? Or is it because they can't beat me? Bringing the simple truths that you can't destroy. All the flagging things I've seen since I was a boy. The things that made me cry and brought me joy. The good and bad in my life I learned to employ. Taking from them the experience and leaving emotions behind. And so I learned to be true and no longer accept to be blind. Acting and performing in ways that others have defined. Only to find out once again that I have them aligned. We're living in a world that's so filled with doubt. If you're caught in the game, they don't seem to break out. I see you looking for the truth, but it's hard to scout. Thought you were awake, but finding you're lost in the clouds. They feed us the script, gotta learn to live without. Learn to question every lie and to flip the route. See the ages lurking in the dark corners all about. See I'm breaking free, hear my discernment speaking out. Perception's a trick punch like a shadow in a bout. Chasing after dreams, others trying to drown them out. But I rise from the ashes and break free from that doubt. In this matrix of madness, you hear me scream out, breaking the chains and getting rid of all the doubt. That's what you have to do to find your way out. Drink the clean waters and let your vision sprout. In a world of deception, together we'll rise and shine. The matrix way twist what it's all about. Reality's not a screen, that's delusion. You can do it out. Trapped in that illusion and mostly seeing others pout. Feeling like a pawn in a game where they set the route. Bet you didn't think I could wipe this rap. Bet you didn't bet I'm right in fact. So scream all you want and write in caps. All you really doing is fighting stats. So remember I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. My mama had me, that damn doctor hit me. And now you know
No
why
one so damn lippy.
Days ago, and look who we have. Say hi to Dempsey. We've come to realize that it's a female with the dull coloring, and so therefore it is no longer Dempsey Sir Poops a Lot. It is Dempsey Madam Poops a Lot. So just once again, reminder, if you're a steward of life, you will have lifelong friends.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a Trading with the Enemy Act up there. All you got to do is click that and it'll take you straight to that playlist I just mentioned. I urge everybody to do that. Because your true asset is your ability to be a steward to life. In your mankind, you have to have humanity. And that's not to this fictional world of technology that we live in today. But the real observable world outside, the true element, L-E-ment, godly emotional mentality. That's the fifth element, folks. is the wisdom to comprehend the term element itself. Okay, so let's go to the next one. That was El Perro. This is Word Wizard. Now, I haven't posted much for lives on here, but there's some. And some of these you're going to find on El Perro. The Emperor Wears Barcodes is my first short story. Now, it's an hour and 16 minutes long as I read it off. But I think it's a great audiobook. The Emperor Wears Barcodes. I hope you would go listen to it. Maybe you'll see the same insanity I see of that same fairy tale that was written so long ago and is so repetitive in new terminology in this new modern world of technology. Resident presumption in the driver's license, that's a good one. That's according to that travel right that I was telling you about. See, it's all presumption, and until you can defeat that presumption in every element so that everybody along the line comprehends, you will never be able to get your travel rights. Because at the same time that we're talking travel rights, that's the wrong term analogy to use. It's actually your freedom of transit. As we transition from one place to another, going in and out. Psalms 121, verse 8. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and forevermore. What don't people get about that? Fuck you. You ain't my daddy. My daddy walks beside me. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption. That's your right to travel, is your right to redeem. And in those travels, if you come across a brother that have sold off his belongings, and you can redeem him, you shall redeem him. Love thy neighbor as thyself. What do you think is the law of redemption but love? We're all the same inside. We're all brothers and sisters inside. It's the skin on the outside that says we're somehow different. That somehow a different creator made us, and therefore we have different rights, freedoms, privileges, and this and that. What bull hockey? Word Wizard will help you decide. Again, don't believe him either. Matter of fact, let me change things up here a little bit. And here we are, Word Wizard. Word Wizard. Okay. So Word Wizard will help you decide. Again, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government, don't believe your mother for crying out loud, and certainly don't believe Word Wizard. It's just another me. Okay, do your research so you know. I've got a Slippery Pickle promo that I did for my sister and her bar. I mentioned her. She's the sister I have here locally. Spoke to her last year. Found out she had a bar, so I did a little Slippery Pickle promotion for her. Don't know if she ever used it. Never talked to her again. But it started out here. This is the first video I've
and he saw that it was good. Whoa.
Yeah, interesting, huh? When you know thyself, you look in yourself and you see what you are by seeing the process of what you can be through knowing that what you've been. See, you have that power and you give it up through a belief system, believing somebody else has that power to tell you whether you can be a mechanic or whether you can be a teacher or whether you can be this or that. You can be anything you want to be. You just have to learn it. Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish, and he can feed himself for a lifetime. What do you do with your talents but eat? Use it to provide yourself with eat. You have many talents. You don't have to go out and get a job to eat.
Beautiful.
I don't know, the precarious situation that comes about in this scene if I would go to such extremes. But it certainly is comedic. And if I could do so without hurting them because I've got the power, then I might want to have a little fucking fun.
Check it out.
See, I too have that same dark side. But I look at it in a comedic manner in retribution. I make it funny, not harmful.
Hey, check it out. Oh, look, it's the hero. What's up, homie?
Yo, brethren, what up with thee? Blessings on your alley.
Looking for another can of whoop-ass? You didn't get enough, Mr. Hero? You want some more?
Surely I say unto you, dudes, I do not wish to fight. So as soon as you apologize and make a full reckoning of your transgressions, I shall absolve you and continue along the path of righteousness.
And so the power is seen even, let me pull up straight up and let you know that the power is seen even in the art of war, the same way the man just said. Repent, apologize, and all is well. To defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. But if your opponent insists on fighting and you have the power to prove him idiot, prove him an idiot.
What are you talking about, man? You thought kind of funny, you know what I mean? I don't know if you lost it all up in here or what, but check this out, homie. You want me in the home?
And that's oftentimes why people look at me like I'm crazy. They don't think I've got the power to back up what I say. That when I say I don't pay taxes, that somehow I just walked off and never said anything. No, I did it the right way. Same with beating child support. I did it the right way. And yet people would say I was a deadbeat dad then and that I didn't support my child. When in fact, I actually supported my child and proved it to the state that I was supporting my child and was fully capable of supporting my child without their interference. And that in fact, if they interfered, it would cost me even more. And therefore my best interest, in the best interest of the child as well, was to pay the child directly myself, without any other third-party added expense that would and could and had proven to be detrimental to my very child. Proving again, the interference of the state was not in the best interest of my child, but in the interest of the pocketbooks of everybody involved in the Title 4D fraudulent RICO contract. Keep calling me a deadbeat dad all you want. The truth exists, and you can believe what you want. And I'm telling you, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. And for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. She's the one that brought you up on child support. Do your damn research.
To apologize, right? All right, go. I'll tell you what. We'll apologize. The damn monkey comes out my butt, then you get your sorry. How about that?
Careful what you ask for.
What a coincidence! Because that's today.
Did that monkey just come out your crack, man?
Amazing what God can do in your imagination. How long does it take to dream a dream? Does the providence of grace provide you with the truth to move forward with that dream? That power helps somebody else's nightmare come true. He wished for his own nightmare. He told you what he was afraid of. He was afraid that someday a monkey might come crawling out his ass. You know, the guy that was really pushing the buttons, making him do this monkey shit, chimping out. Oops.
This is Diablo. This is some bullshit, man. Vámonos. Let's go. You guys leaving? Hey, don't forget your parting gifts.
Quite the parting gifts. You want to run? Then let me give you something to run for. Kind of like Daddy used to say, you want to cry? Let me give you something to cry about. That's why boys learn not to cry, because there's physical consequences, ladies. They ain't just emotional. Bitch-ass, beta-cuck motherfuckers. Is that how you giggle when it's all done and over with? Do you shirk your shoulders up with a goofy grin on your face and go, yeah? Word wizard. Got one on there about the non-commercial vehicle. Showed my old driver's license. I don't carry anymore. It's long gone. Now I have a bicycle driver's license.
Secret is that you already know the truth. You just have to accept it.
You just have to accept it, folks. You already know the truth. How do I know? Because much like you should know anyway. When somebody looks you in the eye and lies to you, you should be able to see it. You should be able to see when they smile at you and tell whether it's true or fake. See, the eyes are the windows to the soul. And that's very true. And if you can't look yourself in the eye and know that you're lying to yourself, then you're lost in that abyss and you don't see the mirror. How can you see the truth? I've been seeing the truth all my life by knowing that was being presented to me was a pure lie. It's easy, folks. Quit accepting the lies. And you find yourself seeing the truth and very willing to accept it. And so there's Word Wizard, kind of short, videos and lives. I don't know if I've got any posts. It is prepaid. Tell me online. Health and Human Services. It's all prepaid, folks. I showed you with the contract, the sales agreement that I got from the hospital, the emergency room, when I came down with cancer. And the simple contract term in there that basically stated if I was willing to pay first, prepay instead of pay after the services, if I was willing to pay first, then credit was to be given to my account. They didn't have credit. See, they don't have merits. The definition of merits is spiritual credence, wherein all credit comes from. And a false patriarch doesn't have spiritual credence. That's why he was cast down. He didn't have the credit of the providence of grace of his own father. There is but one father, correct? Yet everybody's paying tribute to a false patriarch through Health and Human Services and volunteering their children for a Social Security number. It's voluntary, folks. If you don't believe me, that's fine. But I would hope that if you don't believe me, you don't believe the neighbor, that you don't believe the government, and that you don't believe your mama that brought you up on Health and Human Services, child support, food stamps, and all that. Or even health insurance from all you married mommies and daddies that had a wedding under a marriage license with the state, a Title IV-D contract that if you brought any children into this world, you would pay tribute to the false patriarch by signing them up for a Social Security. I know it seems all conflated and everything, but again, don't believe me. I don't want you to. But I don't want you to remain a bitch-ass slave by believing your mommy, the state, and your neighbor either. They're all lying to you. And the other one is birth certificate standards. And I'm going to read this one so everybody gets it. Birth certificate standards. And I start out with conclusion that there is a misidentification at implementation of the state's vital statistics jurisdiction. That's one of the jurisdictions. If you guys don't know all of the jurisdictions, then maybe you don't comprehend how the system works because you're stuck in one jurisdiction or this jurisdiction or that jurisdiction, which precludes the living soul. In other words, it doesn't pay attention to the living soul. It bifurcates a record and only pays attention to what is in that record and not why that record was brought about or where it came from. Rules. 5 U.S.C. 301, departmental regulations. 5 U.S.C. is government employees, federal employees. Minimum standards of birth certificates. Public law, updated December 17th, 2004, but it still maintains that definition in this section, enacting this note and repealing provisions set out as a note below. The term birth certificate means a certificate of birth. For an individual, not a man or a living soul. It has been further defined, declined as an individual. regardless of where born, not birth. And regardless of born means anywhere in the world. Okay? So when an immigrant from across the waters comes into dock, the ship's captain has to provide a manifest. And in exchange, he gets a birth certificate qualifying that the dock has now certified that the cargo that the captain dropped off, delivered, was in fact stock from a livery stable. Or along those lines, in Admiralty Maritime Commercial Contract Law. Okay? Who is a citizen or national of the United States at birth. Okay? Not when you were born, at birth. Look at the birth certificate and tell me if the certificate has a different date than the day you were born. Some of them do, some of them don't. The old ones most likely don't. The ones they produce nowadays, they will have the born day or the day you were born as the certificate date. And whose birth is registered in the United States. This is a prerequisite. This is a must. According to their rules, the simple language says, whose birth is registered in the United States. Very important to comprehend what's going on here with the language, folks. Again, this is why they call me word wizard. 20 CFR 422.103. The individual's name and social security number identify the record. It does not identify yourself. When you put that record with a photo and create another identity, now you're using reference material, specifically a social security number and a birth certificate, to create that identity. You've just committed a crime. Social security number is not supposed to be used for identification. And you did so through the Department of Transportation. You entered into the Department of Transportation, a commercial system, with unclean hands. Think about that. 20 CFR 422.402. When referencing you, this is under 20 CFR 422.103, which is who can apply for a social security number. Understand the language. It doesn't say who is required to have a social security number. It says who can apply for a social security number. And then it says you may apply for a social security number, da 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 da. And then it describes the individual's name and social security number identify the record. Then it says you, in reference to this code here, and it's in that code because it's a blue highlighted link that you can click on that then takes you to this code. So it's a direct reference to the individual whose name and social security number identify the record. 20 CFR 422.402 says you means an individual who owes a debt to the United States within the scope of this subpart. Social Security. Employee benefits. 20 CFR, look it up. The title clearly says employee benefits. Why do you need Social Security? For health and human services, medical insurance. Know thyself, heal thyself. You do not need the insurance. I got a sales agreement that clearly said that if I prepay it or anybody else prepays it, third-party payments, which would be myself or anybody else, rather than the individual, then credit is to be given to my account. I will be held accountable. Okay? Not the person. I am taking the accountability of the person. Don't do it, folks. He is no respecter of persons. Take accountability of the living soul. 15 U.S.C. 4724, definitions as used in this section. The term United States business means a United States citizen. So as a citizen, it means business. As a citizen business, B goes on to define it further, a corporation, partnership. Partnership. Citizenship is a partnership. It is also known as a small business concern when you read the Social Security Act and Title 42, which is Social Security, health and welfare, or other association created under the laws of the United States or any state. And this is where we have to understand that Social Security number that identifies the record. That Social Security number is a creation of an agreement between the United States and the state. That's the 14th Amendment, dual citizenship, presumption of resident, because he's got a Social Security number and he no longer is in the United States where he was born or birthed. Including the District of Columbia or any Commonwealth, territory, or possession of the United States, or a foreign corporation, partnership, or other association, more than 95% of which is owned by persons described in subparagraphs A and B. So a foreign corporation or partnership is now a United States business, also known as a United States citizen. Elon Musk came here as an immigrant, and he himself was now a United States citizen. Or was he born here? I don't know how that worked out. I guess I shouldn't say that. But an immigrant that comes to the United States and takes that civil test, despite not knowing the Trading with the Enemy Act and all this other stuff, and how this government actually runs, and they eventually become a United States citizen. That means they are now in contract, and they went through a mentorship, a residency of 7 years, just like a hospital intern, as opposed to a turn, is intern in the hospital as a resident of the hospital. It's a presumed residency that everybody claims, yes, I'm a resident of Waterloo, Iowa, or I'm a resident of Iowa, as if though they're still in residency, because they don't have the official capacity. And why don't they have the official capacity? Because everybody knows they're still lying, because they use the Social Security number and a birth certificate to get an ID, saying they're doing business, when in fact they have no business doing business. Source of preclusion. This is where it's saying that I am excluded because there's a preclusion that says what's going on here is impossible and I have to stand in truth. Therefore, I can't use a Social Security number and a birth certificate to get an identification. And if I have, I must repent and ask for forgiveness. And I have done that repentance by refusing to comply with such identification measures. Therefore, I continue to comply with the identification of our Father which art in heaven. I am a child of the Creator, Ruach HaKodesh. He's the one that gave me the breath of life and changed that man as a noun into a living soul, a noun phrase, meaning it is now in motion and verbalized and can present orally itself. Not me, myself, or I, but it. Not he or him, but it. That source of life. I do not personify it. Source of preclusion, American Bar Association, a decentralized system. In the United States, there is no national federal birth registry. In other words, the birth certificate is not registered in the United States as deemed necessary. Whose birth is registered in the United States. And they go on to say, as you might see in other nations, such as the United Kingdom, instead, birth certificates are issued by the states, which are obligated under law to report annual vital statistics data to the federal government. It doesn't even say that they're registered in the state. It just says they're issued by the states. But there is a birth registry known as the vital statistics. And I've showed you that chart before. Those of you that don't know me would be inclined to maybe check it out. But it tells you all about the birth certificate, death certificate, and they try to tell you, no, the birth certificate doesn't have any monetary value, yet they put a dollar bill on it, on that very graph, showing how the government uses it to move currency as a monetization. Analysis. If the standard for birth certificates for an individual indicates they are a United States citizen or national at birth and requires registration in the United States, and there is no record registered in the United States, then it fails the standard. If the individual's name and number identify the record, and the record reflects a United States citizen, because it's a dual citizenship under that presumption of residence, because you were born in the state, under the Bureau of Vital Statistics, and then the citizen's name is actually the name of a United States business. And I'll explain that when we're done here. If the individual name and number identify the record and that record has a standard that is not met, then the record is not valid itself. Therefore, the creation of such an individual is not valid upon inception. Keith Orland, family, Little is not a United States citizen nor a resident of the state of Iowa. So I quit using those terms. I am not that. That is the record. And it is in the possession of the Social Security Administration and Bureau of Vital Statistics, as the chart shows. I am not the record holder. I no longer have a Social Security card. I no longer have a driver's license or state ID. I do, in fact, however, have 3 birth certificates showing that it is recognized for corporate activity. And if needed to, I can present one of those as holder of that record for further identification of the record and where it actually comes from. Conclusion. The standards required for a birth certificate are not sufficient on the face for lack of proper registration in the United States, as no such record exists. This one fact alone shows the record is in fact void of validity from the implementation of the state's vital statistics jurisdiction at birth as it implies the creation of a public entity. This presumption is hereby rebutted in whole as an efficient fact of law and plain writing. And what this comes down to now is the creation of a public entity, because it does in fact imply the creation of a public entity, and that public entity was in fact created. The problem is that we've always used that for the identification, even though it says we're not supposed to. What we use for identification is ourself. Know thyself. Present thyself, not represent the individual, because that's already been presented. And if you keep representing it, it shows that the presumption has not been rebutted properly at all. So again, check out Word Wizard at wordwisewarriors.art. That's my creation. That's my business. And when I want to go into business with the government, I will use their entity and show them I am the source. I am the one making the offer. But you understand that you have to accept it under my self-identification and not this birth certificate. Because this is just a record of yours. And I'm showing you that we already have an agreement that I can use this in this imperfect usufruct. Understand the language that I'm using, folks, by not believing it. How can you believe it? You don't even understand it. Therefore, do your research. Understand what these words mean, these terms mean. Imperfect usufruct. What is that? Do you know anything about maintenance and champerty? And how to present? And where to present? Matthew 18, verses 15 through 20 are immense in knowledge if you understand some of this other stuff going on. That's what's helped me and my companion go through what we're going through right now, this wrongful eviction turned constructive eviction. And which reminds me, please hit the PayPal link below, share some love, help a brother out. Where did it go? Right there. And it's also pinned in the chat. Let me get back to my chat. Oh, hey, John's here. How you doing, John? Driver's license, not drivers. Military for profit. Nope. Remittance routing number. On a roll. Thanks. And there's Abby Normal. Greetings, sister. Appreciate it. Social Security number also needs proof that mom is a resident or deceased. Correct. And if mom wasn't a resident, then how could you be a resident? She's making a false declaration. Forgive her, for she knows not what she's doing. But you can still educate her too. I tried to educate my mom and dad, but they wouldn't listen. They were too haughty in their knowledge. Dad was a tax appraiser, real estate appraiser for the federal government first, and then for the local government. Then he went into his own private business, assessing taxes on your residential properties where you're not actually running a business. Amazing. The very father that raised me in this system, he himself, I call him a bitch ass slave. Last word he said to me was, fuck you. Fuck you too. Mom, she looked at me. She's the one that worked at Social Security Administration 29 years. Adopted 3 of us, me and my 2 younger sisters, because they were told they couldn't have children. They didn't want to listen to God and have faith like Jacob's wife. Didn't have a child till what? She was 90. They didn't have that faith. I should have seen it. Should have seen it sooner. But they believed the doctors. And then, of course, they fill out all the paperwork and signed all that shit. It's just same way, just same way as everybody else. Presented the ID just like everybody else. She looked at me when I was 49 years old and said, Keith, these people have raised me in the church as well. Then I quit when I was 15, so they kicked me out. She slapped me because I laughed at her arrogance. Reached up to slap me again. Never happened again. They never touched me again. Kicked me out. Because I quit the church. Because I saw hypocrisy and blasphemy. I was just amazed that it wasn't until 49 years of age, my mom looked at me and said, Keith, the police are your authority. That I realized my parents themselves were embedded more than most. There's no way I can help them. They're in their 70s and 80s now. I won't go to their funeral. I probably won't even be invited. Probably won't even know their death. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't care if somebody reached out to me about it though. My sister, I told you earlier in the stream, I haven't spoken to my brother in 30 years because he committed a double murder in California. I don't care what your problems are in life, people. Stay away from the violence. Blood is not thicker than water. Water is the source of life. It's one of those elements. It's the element that we are accustomed to use to put out fire, another element. Because we don't know how to stand in our voice, which is the element of wind, which brings us to our true standing of being made of the dust of the ground, the other element. That public entity was created as a set of protections. There's civil protections. There's civil protections so that when a corporation, a United States citizen, a United States business comes at you, you have the equal protection of the laws among the states. It's an equality provision for somebody that can't fend for themselves. And if, for some reason, God forbid, the state become its daddy because mom and dad die, they have a commercial representation on the right side of the business that runs business in this business. Understand what it's for and how to use it, and it works wonders. Again, this is just stuff I've learned along my travels that put me in the place that I'm in today to be able to fight this business, this property manager, in the wrongful eviction turned constructive eviction, and the courts as an administrative branch of that business running amok, that I am going to be able to hold them accountable because I hold myself accountable to the knowledge to be able to do so. And I put myself through the firsthand experience to gain the wisdom to see how they're doing. This presumption is hereby rebutted in whole as an efficient fact of law and plain writing. The U.S. nationality is merely a business entitlement that is not registered in the United States. I guarantee you, oops. What happened here? Let me reset, folks. Something happened. I'll be right back. Do not leave. I'll be right back. Just resetting. Okay, I'm back. Let me get my screen share and everything up here again. And where was I? U.S.'s nationality is merely a business entitlement that is not registered in the United States. And so what's been able to help me get through this wrongful eviction turned constructive eviction and fight this property owner that wants to try to use the law on her side but doesn't know it herself. Through my firsthand research and experience, I've now come across the wisdom to see how these property managers are evicting people wrongfully and constructively by using those statutes against them. And it's because they sit there in their fat, slovenly lives. This lady was obese, sweating in the courtroom, ugly as hell. But she had corporate money on her side. 30-something property or 30-something real estate investments LLC, a real estate investment company with a board of directors and everything on her side. How does one little old man like me go up against a big corporate business like that, an LLC with their own private trust, and beat them? Know thyself, heal thyself. Know your resources. She took me to court. I reached outside the court for help because the court's not doing what they're supposed to. Why would I then go back to the court, say, hey, you did something wrong and fucked up, and now you're letting her get away with it? Particularly when I make a complaint to the Judicial Complaint Commission, Judicial Commission, Judicial Ethics Commission, I believe it was. And they deny it. What would have been my next step? Well, I try to plan ahead like a pool player or a chess player, at least 8 shots or eight moves ahead. That's why I do my research. I research into what they're doing now so that when the effects come around, I have something already in place that I've inserted in there to change the effects, or at least do something to place a record in there that I tried. That way, when it comes to the big head and I have to hang them at the gallows, they will be fucking hung. I don't want to do it. To defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. But I guarantee you, with a jury of their peers on my side, other people that rent property and don't want to be evicted for the same reason, because the property owner doesn't know what they're doing. The court's obviously not doing what they're supposed to be doing, despite numerous efforts to explain to them that what they're doing wrong is wrong. And they just keep handing it off in a magistrate shuffle, and everybody dismissing it, saying, nah, the defendant got the best outcome they could, and so we charged them the court cost for $100 too. How is that the best outcome? We were forced to move. Our expenses are greater. Our physical efforts have to take on the maintenance that I can't fully keep up at this moment. And of course, causing us to struggle even farther, which reminds me, help a guy out, hit that PayPal link, share some love, all is appreciated. We need it. That's for damn sure. I'm not up here trying to grift for some social platform. Trying to pass on education as the message, and I do so freely. So whether you donate or not, I'm here. But I would hope people would take some kind of value out of it and exchange that for a little bit of value. Love thy neighbor as thyself. You'd appreciate a little help this time, I am sure. But anyway, that's Word Wizard. Going to help you sort out the language. The next one I got up is Keith Little. Me, moi, me, myself, I. This is where you're going to learn about my inner being. Like I said earlier, that song that you heard, the Let It Rain song, that was from a poem that I wrote years back. And so I have videos. And these are the ones that you're going to see on other platforms. CAF file. This is where your accounting is all done. Centralized authorization file. You'll hear people like Derek Gonzalez talk about that a lot. It's showing the true creditor can only be you, yourself, excuse me. Some of my trolling shorts from Little Lippy. Certification is false.
Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life.
This is going to kind of be a short summary of what we just saw on Word Wizard with the Social Security and birth certificate. Going to summarize some of this stuff.
Living life, loving life. You know that motor vehicle you got? You know, that operator's lease, the driver's license and all that? You know the certification is false? '26 U.S. Code 7701, subsection H2D. The lessor must have no knowledge that certification is false. An agreement meets the requirements of this subparagraph if the lessor does not know that the certification described in subparagraph CI is false.
My apologies. My apologies. I didn't realize I was muted there. So this is just right along with the birth certificate. It's a false certification as well. If it's not registered in the United States, then they cannot certify it as a true and valid birth registration, birth certificate. Okay, it has to go through the United States first. So if you didn't have a term of residency, intern, as an intern in the United States, learning a trade or business, and then leave the United States and move into one of the several states of the Union, in other words, reside, then it's false. That process was not done properly. So there is no due process after that. You're already recognized criminally because you used a social security number and a birth certificate to get that ID. These bar attorneys know that. Okay. So this is in correlation the same way. If you don't understand that statement of performing 50% of its use in your trade or business, and then understand that trade or business is specifically defined in that same code as performance of the functions of public office, and you have never made that statement, how many of you people upon getting a driver's license or anything at any time have ever made a handwritten statement that you intend to use that motor vehicle at least 50% of its use for trade or business, and knew that it meant the performance of the functions of public office, and have the records to prove it? Odometer and mileage readings and manifest documents showing that you took a person or product from point A to point B, where that point of origin was and where it was delivered, and where you returned to a warehouse to pick up more products or to get more equipment and supplies to perform services. Where is all that record? Where is the rest of the record? It's not there. Why? Because it's not valid to begin with. It's a process that hasn't come about, folks.
You want to know how to explain that? Get a hold of me and ask me. Because it's false. Bye now. Greetings.
Bye now. It's false.
Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping.
Statement of intent. What is your intent? If you don't know what you intend and you don't read the contract, then you don't know their intent either. That proves that you don't go forth, love thyself as thy neighbor, and they know this too. They know there's no equal consideration in the contract, and therefore they will take advantage of you.
Everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Did you know under 26 U.S.C. 7701, subsection H, subpart 2C, certification by lessee, notice of tax ownership. An agreement meets the requirements of this subparagraph if such agreement contains a separate written statement separately signed by the lessee, under which the lessee certifies under penalty of perjury that it intends that more than 50% of the use of the property, the motor vehicle, subject to such agreement is to be in trade or business of the lessee. Did you make such a statement? Do you know what a trade or business is? Have a good day.
Have a good day. Trade or business.
And greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. You know that certification that's false because the lessee never certified the agreement to conduct 50% of its trade or business is a thing you should know about. The term trade or business under 26 U.S.C. 7701 for that motor vehicle operator's lease in which the lessee must certify with a handwritten statement his intent to perform at least 50% in trade or business. The term trade or business includes the performance of the functions of public office. Have a good day, folks.
Have a good day, folks. And there's a couple others. You can go watch those, check those out. And like I said, it's a channel that's going to grow. Let me see here, see what I got here. Where is it? I've got maybe there. I haven't done any for a while, so maybe it's back here a ways. Maybe I'm on the wrong list. There we are. Chief's Corner. Okay, this is where I get into some of my writings. And I'll be continuing that as part of this channel. Let's see here. Let's listen to one of these. Enjoy. I won't put you
through that. Love. And we're going to get into the next one. And as you see things lining up, talked about critical points in my life and not actually memorializing the blessings and how that affected me through my temptations and this and that through life, and entering a 12-step program where I surrendered and recognition of that higher power in that first step. And so we're going to go on to the next one, which I have titled His Words. His words. Words and meanings mixing and mingling in my mind, like a book yet to be written that has no bind. Blank white pages with no words to be read. Confusion, unable to assemble them in my head. Words of experience, wisdom, and compassion of life. Joy, happiness, anger, resentment, sadness, and strife. Striving to string them together with vigor and passion. Then I see they're already tailored in their own fashion. Written by someone else with a message to be sent. All these words, they're not mine, they are lent. The chapters yet to be written are only a dream, still to be sewn together with a unique stitch and seam. Once threaded, only then can the story be told. No augmentations, only truth and honesty will they hold? I read on, hoping it will soon come to its end. I realize the book is my life. I have yet to mend. So I sit back, relax, and take in a deep breath. I learn that patience in life is not to rush death. Knowing now I must give up control and relinquish command. The words and meanings I no longer lust to understand. For upon my reflection I come to know why this is. The book by my hand is not penned, but by his.
I can only go by the word on my heart, folks. I've never been able to accept the word of another man as binding. I've always known that a man is bound by his word. And most often, men won't bind themselves by their own words. So yeah, I've had to seek truth in dark corners. Solitary confinement for a month. Because I wanted to find a solution through fighting. To defeat one's opponent without fighting is a supreme excellence. And I assure you that is true. So let's go on to the next one. Little Lippy. Little Lippy is where you're going to see my mouth. It's going to be out there and it's going to attack people for their character.
This is a personality inventory mockumentary production.
Pimp. So yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, Paul and I have had our, fingers meshed together as a loving couple. We were pretty entwined. Then we had a fallout. And so I use that dark-sided humor to show a reflection of a clown I see posing as a pimp. And I know Paul, if he hears this, he'll take it for what it is. I hope he stays out of his emotions and knows I'm trying to be true and correct, and that I love him, and that I respect him. But I'm not going to shut up. And I hope he'll do the same. See, proper instruction motivates people. But to have that proper instruction, you have to have that personality inventory. You have to know thyself. See, it's an inventory of personalities. It's a list of personalities.
On somebody else, so you're trying to listen to what we're trying to share, and he's
and then I pointed out that it's because they don't have any other place to go to do so because they're banned in all of.
And we're not going to listen to this whole thing, but I do want you to hear the first part of it.
Our chats and from the panel.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
You think
James 4:12. God is the only lawmaker and judge. God is the only lawmaker and judge. He's the only one who can save and destroy. So it is not right. Right.
So how are
so
you
God is the lawmaker. God brings the law. We practice receiving the law.
King James. And so in that, it's the progression of the words that we use in these communications, in these conversations. And like I mentioned earlier with Short Bus Podcast TV, a debate channel, it's not going to be the same kind of debate where we use ad hoc character attacks and try to put people down with bit non-bits and stuff. Okay? We want to be able to do that personality inventory of ourselves and produce our own mockery. Be able to laugh at ourselves and move on. Psalm 64, a good verse, or a good one to read. Talks about hearing my voice, oh God. If you want your voice heard, make sure you don't be using the bitter words. You don't act like those who whet their tongue like a sword. You don't try to defeat your opponent with fighting. And so there's a few of them there on there about Polly. My Babblehead and Bobblehead videos. Hopefully I'll be able to make those someday. And then of course we're going to have a bunch of shorts from El Perro that I made specifically for Little Lippy. And they're not all here yet. I still have to transfer some of those. So there's a list of my favorites so far anyway. And then we've got my Little Lippy intro, the one you've heard a couple times already. We're going to let that play here in a little bit, but let's check out videos first. There's the bad guy one you heard earlier. There's the colder than hell Little Lippy I did earlier. Let It Rain. These are my music ones that I created. And then you're going to see some more of those other shorts in video format. I don't know what I've got for lives here. Lives, oh, that's right. I just recently started doing some poker. Little Lippy's Power Poker. Come chat with me. Okay. So poker, if you guys don't understand, poker is one of those psychological games. Okay. And it has what's known as reads and tells. You have to be able to read other other players through their tells. Okay. And there are little nuances of behavior as they're sitting at the table. That's why a lot of them like to wear sunglasses and stuff. And I urge that you don't use sunglasses. It obstructs your own view of other players. Windows are the eyes or the eyes of the soul. Eyes are the windows to the soul. So look into those eyes and get them tells. On video platforms, particularly for play chip poker, the psychological game goes even deeper by people that, particularly when you're chatting. And on these play chip tables, not a whole lot of people will chat. A lot of it is because a lot of them have been banned from chatting because they get censored, because they're open with their mouth, because that's part of the game. The psychology of giving a dig to another player for making a dumb bet on a dumb hand, trying to play a wing and a prayer, when poker itself is a very strategic and manipulative game through psychology. Again, you have to learn how to read people and not give up your own tells. One of the best ways of giving up your own tell is through your communication. When you're giving digs to other players, that's why I say man's intellect is limited and biased by his own vocabulary. So when you listen to people in their table banter at these poker tables, like I played cash tournaments and cash poker all my life since I was a little boy. And I was brought up bringing the jar of pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters over to grandma's to play poker with the adults. And so you learn their lies through what they're telling you. Okay. And I became very adept at learning adults' lies. So poker became a very natural game for me. I hope you enjoy those. I'll be doing more of those in the future. And you'll see the first two I've done already as Poker Powwow. You'll find out that they're going to show you I have the skill. I played poker before I got my first house playing poker. So maybe I might do that again someday. Don't know. Oops. We weren't showing it, were we? My apologies. I meant to go back to it. So my first two will show you. See? We're going to let him have that three. This is me at the bottom, right? Make a big screen. This is me at the bottom. You can see it's the clown. And I don't use a name on the site. I use a number, privacy, and psychology. They don't have anything they can call me but a number. It puts a limitation on them. They don't get to come in that door of being a friend by calling me by my name. Okay? Understand the psychology, folks, and you can do things that you would not be able to do without it. You can play poker. So let's watch the end of this. This is a free roll. In other words, it didn't cost anything to get in, and it's a no limit hold'em. I believe this is one I won. I'm not sure, but it's an example of how far you can get, which is simple games, because that's what most people are doing, is playing games. Understand the game. Understand how to play it. Become one of the best, and you'll learn how to get up from the table and walk away. You understand, folks? This guy, like I said, I used to play cash poker out of the local casino. That's how I got my house. You know when to get up and walk away. And like I said, I might even go back someday. But it's kind of like the travel issue. I ain't going to go back until I get it down pat enough that I know I can make it big. Let him have the 6. See, he's going to be pushing and try to push. See, he's 17,019. He's going to try to push. See if he wants to push again. Yeah, you better fold, because I'm all in. I want them all, Luna. Oh, give me the 8. Give me the 8. Give me the 8. Damn it. Yeah, see, I missed that one, but sometimes I got 2 tickets. Either way, I got 2 tickets. I'm all in again. This is yeah, and that's 2 tickets. Like I said, it's a free roll. So at the end of the game, depending on what position you go out at, they give you chips or tickets. This one here gave me $2,500, $2,500 chip tickets to enter in 2,500 chip tournaments. In other words, this is a free roll. It doesn't cost anything. There are tournaments that will cost you 2,500 chips. And I've got chips that I can use for that. But if I don't want to use chips and I just want to build my chip stack separately, I can do that and use these tournaments to win tickets into those other tournaments. The point in the game where I got to go all in. And these are, and when you play the play chip ring games, to build your stack, the people there play very different than you do in a tournament. And this is why I tell a lot of those people I wish I had them on cash tables, because I'd be taking their chips there. And he's not going to give it to me. He's going to let me try to slowly build. But that's okay. I can do that. Even from this position with 3 people left, I can do that. I can, but I didn't here. Again, part of it is luck, folks. It's not all skill. You know, it was a lucky coincidence that he had a queen in his grip when 2 queens hit the flop out of 3 players. So that was literally 2, 4, 6, 9 cards, and a third of them were queens. That's not common, folks. The end of these tournaments, you generally don't see a whole lot of that stuff. So he got very lucky. And this is where I get taken out. Come on, Jack. Oh, we got it. So we see there, you know, you don't always win. Well, let me show you this other one. I believe this is a... All right. Oops, did I get the wrong one? Oh, I don't have that one downloaded yet. I've got one that I'll pull up sometime. It's from the last few days, and it was a 7-stud flop limit, high-low. In other words, you get the high hand or a low hand, and it pays both. So you would split the pot. Or if you had both hands, high and low, then you would get the whole pot. If you have a high hand but there's no low hand, then you get the whole pot as well. If you know poker, it's just a matter of learning how the different strategies play out in the different games. And so I play three games that I play mostly: no limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha high-low, and flop limit 7-stud high-low. Now I do play the other games, but I just don't prefer them. I think I'm well-rounded in the 3 games that I've chosen. And so there's Little Lippy. I don't have any community posts on here, nothing like that. Just some videos that I'll still be doing. But most of them are going to be poker videos from now on. Like I said, I'll get the rest of those short clips over here. But most of them are going to be poker videos where I'm going to be talking about the psychology and how this same psychology can be used against the very government that you're gambling with. You need to learn how to get up and walk away from it. And of course, that's only by understanding that you have a different way of being able to live. Off-grid, educating yourself to learn how to fish. Not do for yourself what God has used or given us and provided us to use in a perfect use of front. So let's look at the last one, Heckle Bus. And before we do, I got to take another quick break. And so we're going to listen to this one here real quick. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Hit that PayPal link down below. Help a brother out. We could always use it, particularly at this time. We're running short. We don't even have enough money for the water bill, which is due in 2 days. So every little bit helps. All appreciated. Enjoy the commercial break or non-commercial break. Commercial, non-commercial, bit, non-bit. Enjoy it, and I'll see you back here in a few. Let me know what you think. My lippy intro. It's a little longer than most, but I hope it gives you an idea of why I am the way I am, why I'm mouthy, why I'm lippy. Because I want everybody to open your eyes so you can hear.
Oh Lord, I've done so many things wrong. I backed away when I should have stood strong. I quit at things were taking too long. And Lord, it's taking forever to write this song. I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. When mama had me, that damn doctor hit me. And now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy. So listen up and take a step back. Real rap's a journey, not a one-way track. Find your own voice, don't just imitate. Cause the real ones rise and fakes ones fade. Bragging about the streets they roam. And sitting on the cold aluminum chrome. While I'm spitting and vibing, they just moan. Claiming they're kings, but sitting alone. Got bars like a prison, but they can't break free. Spitting recycled lines, no originality. And here I am, bringing up clarity. While they babble on, lost in their parody. No need to set a trap with a limp in their wall. People saying that you ever can't even talk. Babbling lies, they think they're so fly. But I'm here to tell them to say goodbye. Babbling nonsense, trying to chase that fame. But I'm here to call it out, it's a damn shame. Claiming they're the next Big E in the game. But their rhymes are weak, just a flicker, no flame. You sound familiar, yeah, real vanilla. So similar, like some out of place gorilla. In a small villa, deep in Manila. Kin to Queen Camilla and her flotilla. And all kinds of Furbies and chinchilla who drank too much tequila. And what's really killer is that the real blood is the real pillar of the real filler is the real filler of the real deal. All these channel nerds on this panel verse using battle words to tackle turds and slaying shit in bit. Non-bits putting out hits on men with tits and chicks with dicks and LGBT misfits and don't know shit yet. Professing truth like an effing sleuth in a private booth with a lion tooth drunk or removed like a damn fool. And just in case you haven't heard, I'm a true ogre that writes his own word. So don't cross the line, it isn't blurred. And from first-hand experience I've learned when I hold the words back in my mind. It's just me trying to be kind when no man I'm not so mine. Speaking is the right kind. Speaking vivid visions right from the start. With each word playing a certain part. A verbal picture that shows its own art. Painted with passion, inspired by the heart. I'm telling you, break the chains with the truth. In a world full of babble and giving proof. So drop the act, let the real ones thrive. In this rap game, only the genuine survive. When things have become so problematic, I try to find solutions like an addict looking for a bump to keep up the habit. And the effect seems so damn automatic. This comes a personality or whatever you want to call it. I don't participate chasing a bag by trying to ball it. See, I'm a redneck with no money in my pants wallet. So go ahead and keep hating on me like Jussie Smollett. Everyone questioning my style, you must be kidding. The words that I am putting forth are hitting you in the right in the face, yet you are tripping. You're drunk on something and you ain't been sipping. Just step into the metaverse where the vibes can be cursed. Digital dreams, but sometimes it feels like a hearse. People lost in avatars, chasing likes in the cloud. But what's worse is the real world's fading now. We all have the freedom of speech, but people always trying to bleep me. Is it because they can't keep me? Or is it because they can't beat me? Bring the simple truth that you can't destroy. All the patent things I've seen since I was a boy. The things that made me cry and brought me joy. The good and bad in my life I learned to employ, taking from them the experience and leaving emotions behind. And so I learned to be true and no longer accept to be blind, acting and performing in ways that others have defined, only to find out once again that I have them aligned. We're living in a world that's so filled with doubt. If you're caught in the game, they don't seem to break out. I see you looking for the truth, but it's hard to scout. Thought you were awake, but finding you're lost in the clouds. They feed us the script, gotta learn to live without. Learn to question every lie and to flip the route. See the ages lurking in the dark corners all about. See I'm breaking free, hear my discernment speaking out. Perception's a trick punch like a shadow in a bout. Chasing after dreams, others trying to drown them out. But I rise from the ashes and break free from that doubt. In this matrix of madness, you hear me scream out, breaking the chains and getting rid of all the doubt. That's what you have to do to find your way out. Drink the clean waters and let your vision sprout. In a world of deception, together we'll rise and shine. The matrix way twist what it's all about. Reality's not a screen, that's delusion. You can do it out, trapped in that illusion and mostly seeing others pout, feeling like a pawn in a game where they set the route. Bet you didn't think I could wipe this rap. Bet you didn't bet I'm right in fact. So scream all you want and write in caps. All you really doing is fighting stats. So remember I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. My mama had me, that damn doctor hit me. And now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy.
Days ago, and look who we have. Say hi to Dempsey. We've come to realize that it's a female with the dull coloring, and so therefore it is no longer Dempsey Sir Poops a Lot. It is Dempsey Madam Poops a Lot. So just once again, reminder, if you're a steward of life, you will have lifelong friends. God bless. Love y'all. Have a great day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you're a steward of life, you will have lifelong friends. One of the things that I've learned about relationships as a man with with friends, other men. And there have been times where I've had long silences between communicating with them. There have even been times, like with my brother earlier, Dan. I miss him a lot. I do. But we have had our rough times too. This is something I expressed to Jack. You know, speaking of Jack, many of you know Jack. Many of you know of our little rivalry, you might call it. But our discourses haven't been so well. And it's those discourses that generally, when we can find resolve within ourselves to face that man again and try to get through it, that makes us better men ourselves, as well as helps develop that stronger relationship and makes the most profound relationships built on strength. So in saying that, I realized I just checked my notifications and found out that Paul is live. So we're going to go over and check him out for a few.
Actually get to work and do something different? No.
Listen to what he has to say.
By the way, you're a dunce because you don't get it. Somebody creating something doesn't make them a slave. It makes them the closest thing to God. Given your red coat corporation you call government, 40% of what you make is where you become the fucking slave, dumbass. What makes you think I'm denying that I'm in or part of a problem here and not trying to address it and do what I can to work with myself and others to bring a solution? You don't want that. You're not going to face that. You're going to make me the problem and the enemy, right? Just like a slave would do. See, there's the slave. It's not about making stuff. Again, that's co-creation and service. It's the tax and the dictation and the policy and code and the coercion and duress and all the rest of it. And you know that. And you're acting like you don't right now to play a power game. You inadvertently, to try to get me in a gotcha, you just once again showed the mind and heart of a slave. You attacked a fellow wannabe freed slave or a slave who's experienced the promised land of freedom to some extent. You attacked me and made me the problem because you don't want to face the fact that you're the problem and that we have a solution here. That's the mind and heart of a collectivist slave. You're not an urban prepper. You're a collectivist slave. And you can't even use logic to determine the difference between co-creation and slavery. False analogy, false premise right off the bat. This is why most of you are too retarded to debate, by the way. You can't understand nuance and context at all. Just like the guy yesterday who says, I make radar systems, but they're not all bad, but they're illegal and people can't own them. But do you want? He had some ridiculous, scramble for a point that was a non-point, equating people buying and selling guns privately to radar systems and central militaries blowing up whole nations. Because sometimes people use guns in individual events and do wrong and harm. Complete ridiculous analogy. So again, urban prepper, where did you get? Now he's asking. He went from projecting onto me to asking like they always do. No, you revealed your bitterness and resentment in the power game you have with me. You're going to have to let it go. So easy to get you folks on record. I did it last night. You want to hear? I don't know if he's going to let me. Technically, I shouldn't play his messages. Benjamin sent me 28 messages last night, screaming and yelling, calling me names, revealing himself completely, and then telling me
a man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. This is what's important about our communications. And we do hold each other accountable for those.
how much more intelligent.
He speaks a lot like me, doesn't he?
Intelligent and how much pattern recognition he has. And I go, hey, dunce, I don't know if you realize this or not, but based on how I present online and what I say and throw out there, I get all of you on record, and I don't waste my time with you because you all reveal yourselves to me. I'd have wasted 5 or 10 years sitting next to you, believing you were something you weren't, with an intuition inside of me that I would have had to ignore because you present one thing but are something else.
Like my parents. And it took me a long time to see it in them, but I assure you, it's one of those instances in my life that opened me up to never doing that again. I repented for being in my idiotic state and believing in my mom. Don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. For crying out loud. Don't believe your mother. Do your damn research.
I throw something at you and I get that something else every time, and that verifies my intuition was correct. You don't have better pattern recognition than me. If you did, you would notice I'm setting you up to undo your grounding so I can see the foundation you stand on. And 8 out of 10 of you fall for it every fucking time. While you sit there and you scream into the phone about how, why does anyone watch you and listen to you? I was doing this 10 years before you. I'm smarter than you. I'm everything better than you. I go, hey, dunce, don't you think that whatever's sitting inside of you right now that you're revealing right now was always inside of you? And maybe the reason I was put off by you is because I can read your energy and your bitterness, resentment, and jealousy. Don't you think doing what I do in the way that I am, I'm a bit empathic and I can read energy? Don't you think I know when someone's next to me that wants to replace me or overtake me? I'm not you. This is a guy who threw me $500 at a time. You guys don't think that when
Well, what a coincidence. I was just getting ready to speak about the $5,000 that was blessed to us a few years back when I was on Paul's panel. But see, I'm not in it for the money, never have been. And when I was blessed with that $5,000, the way it happened was he allowed me to put my PayPal link up there. And people felt bad because I had cancer. And in 24 hours, there was $5,000 there, but I didn't want that money. For what they thought it was. They thought I needed that money to get my cure for cancer, to be able to pay people to cure me of cancer or to try to get rid of the cancer. Let me be careful with my words. And when I tried to explain that, they all went off honky donk on a simple comment when I said I didn't need the money. And then, of course, when I tried to explain it, it wasn't that I needed the money. I wanted the money. And it never got any farther. Because all of a sudden now I was in this bad spirit mode. Something he says he recognizes. And I was the bad guy. Simply because people got butthurt that their donations didn't seem to be appreciated. They didn't understand the comments. They didn't understand that I appreciate it very much. I appreciated all of it. I was blessed. But I wanted them to understand it wasn't for needing to be cured of cancer. It was to get the things that I thought I could implement personally, myself, in my life, to heal thyself without them. Because if you think that $5,000 would cover the medication I got from them, I hope you understand that 17,459 or somehow, like every 6 weeks. I have to pull the statement out, but I think it was $17,459 every 6 weeks. If I needed the money, I'd have to do this 24/7 a day, 24/7 to get that kind of money. Sure, I might have gotten a big chunk at the beginning, 5,000 in 24 hours. Shit, you get another $5,000 the next 24 hours, Keith. You get that paid off in 4 days. So you still have 3 days. No, that might have been the initial for one setup. But over time, 3.5 years. Well, 3 years. Yeah, 3.5 years. Every 6 weeks, $17,459. You figure it out. You think any YouTubers on here at my level make that kind of money grifting on the internet? No way in hell. I needed more than what the people could give in that kind of situation. So again, I explained it wasn't that I needed it. I wanted it. And I wanted it for the little things on the side. The RSO, the ivermectin, the nutrients, the vitamins, colloidal silver, hydrogen peroxide, and an infuser. All kinds of little things that I did on the side that helped me believe that I was part of helping curing myself. I was part of heal thyself. I was doing my part. That's what I needed. That's why I wanted the money, so I could do what I need. I'm urging you people to do what you need and not what you want. Get things because you want them, because you have things you need to do.
When you throw me the $500, I ask why you did that rather than go, ooh, and get primed for you to play on me and game on me. No, I'm not like you. I'm not easy.
Yeah, I'm not like you. I'm not easy. Even when it's you giving me the money out of the kindness of your heart for a cancer cure. That's what you thought it was for. I wanted it for my own reasons. And yeah, I spent some on a bike. Particularly as a cancer victim, I have a hard time with breathing. So it's a lot easier to ride a bike across town than it is to walk. And it's a lot cheaper with people that don't have a whole lot of money. And I don't want to live off my wife. I don't want to use my wife. All those things are very hurtful, but I brought it on myself because I didn't know how to explain it to a bunch of people that didn't know how to understand it. I can explain it to you, but I cannot comprehend it for you.
Easily manipulatable, suggestible, and caught up in the game. I see it for what it is. My intuition's never wrong. I just have to discern into.
I can't say that. Maybe I can, I don't know. But I don't want to. I don't want to say that my intuition's never been wrong. What I can say is that my intuition has led me to do certain things. And some of those certain things I've done have been wrong. This is why it's important to understand the observable world, your contemplation of it, and what you do about it. That is your freedom of expression right there in a ball. You observe something, you contemplate, and then you act upon it. Whether it be writing something down as a petition for redress against the government, or just writing a story for the newspaper, or writing something in your journal, or just expressing it in a video or audio, or just going down to the river and screaming. You ever done that? My boy died. I sat down at the river for 3 months crying. Started out screaming in total anger at God. I was a beaten man. And I got up one day and said, you can't beat me. I'm badder than you. And I got up and I went about my life. Said, fuck God. You ain't my daddy. It was a few years before I realized, you know, Keith, you still got a daughter. You've been trying to convince the state that you're responsible for her and can take care of her and don't need to pay child support. But that's the false patriarch. What is God telling you? What's God tell you? Told me the same thing when he wrote it on my heart.
Intuition from instinct, which can be difficult at times. My instincts can be wrong because I have trust issues, because I have trauma. Intuition is rarely, if ever, wrong. So they go, why do you treat me like this? Why do you act like this? Why do you throw stuff out at me like this? Because I'm picking up on an energy from you I've picked up on before. It's an energy of somebody who's not telling me, but they're showing me on the most sort of hidden metaphysical energetic level that they are bitter, resentful, and jealous toward me and don't think I deserve whatever I have and think they're going to overtake me or outcompete me. Yeah, I'm very sensitive to that energy. That's what allows me to expose so many cowards, liars, and frauds around me in real time, in the moment, because I feel it oozing from your core. Don't you guys ever wonder why certain people who come here, like Julian and others, don't get the same responses and reactions from me? It's pretty jovial. It's pretty.
Yeah. Don't you people ever wonder what I'm like in my private life? Don't you people ever wonder whether I really smile like I smile as I portray? Even as word wizard, I think you can see it in my eyes. What do you guys think? I think I have a pretty good smile, except when I'm acting like a Balchinian. You know, sometimes you have to be a dickhead. Sometimes you have to remind people quietly, carefully, generously, but with a smile.
Pretty loving and caring and heartfelt. Don't you ever notice that? Do you notice the difference in the energy of these people who come here versus you and others? You don't think I and others can feel that and read that? Of course we can. You don't have better pattern recognition than me. And if you do logically, physically, you don't metaphysically. Because if you did, you would see what I was doing and you would see who you were and what you were doing. And you would notice how I set you up to reveal that, because one thing we learn in life is you can't get the honesty out of someone. They may not even know who and what they are. Presuming that.
And part of the problem, I think, with Paul's message is that he's absolutely right when he speaks about exposing them. But the problem, again, is relative to I can explain it to you, but I can't comprehend it for you. Because if you're blind, you're not going to see. No matter how much he points it out to them, his audience will see it, sit there and shake their head, but not see it in themselves as well. And I'm not saying that for all of his audience, but there are certain members of his audience that have work to do, and they will sit there and nod their head. And hopefully, you know, one day they'll see that in themselves and do something about it themselves. Otherwise, they're just willing participants and shaking and nodding their head. That's why I urge my audience not to be that. Shake your head no and say, no, I don't believe you. Don't believe. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. Crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. When somebody speaks something and you don't know, and you sit there and shake your head and nod, it's pretend. It's fake. Be real. Be real to yourself. You have to be. before you can be real to somebody else.
They want to be honest about it. They don't have enough self-awareness to actually do the self-analysis. So I got to get the real you out of you somehow. And the way that I do that is by stimuli, just like your masters do. I pick.
Just like your masters do. But see, I choose to use a different tool against different people. The masters, the ones that are sitting there just doing their job, I'm going to use their tool against them. I'm going to use that exposure. And I'm going to do it in a mocking way, but steadfast. You people, I can't force you to do anything, just like I can't force them to do anything. But I have greater hope in you. Greater faith in you. I have faith that I can reach you more than I can reach them. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Because again, my right to speak and express this stuff inherently itself is a great, great right, great freedom. But your right to know is more imperative and certainly more exponential.
Pick up on an energy about you at your core, and I start throwing stuff at it in certain ways till you come wide out in the open with who and what you always were. And then I go, thank you. If it wasn't there, you wouldn't have come out with it. There's no way I would have got it out of you if I didn't do it that way. The folks who come here for years see what I do and how it works and how we get the truth out of people one way or the other. If I didn't do things that way, we would never get the truth out of any of you, and this would all be a waste of fucking time.
Yep, all a waste of time. And he's got this guy up here named Urban Prepper. He has a comment up here. I don't know if you can read it, but I'll read it for you. It says, you're in a trailer made by slaves. You wear clothes made by slaves. You use the internet created by slaves. You are the problem as much as anyone. And that's the part where I have to remind everybody, yeah, I recognize I too was once a fucking fool. I too was once a bitch-ass slave. But like he's expressing now, until you hold up to your own accountability, you will remain that bitch-ass slave. You will remain that fucking fool. So by living in a trailer off-grid, he is holding himself accountable to a degree. Like I said, he said he had desolate land. That's not accountability. You're not holding yourself accountable to the task that you have before you. Not the deeds that you've done in the past, but the task that you have before you and the process to get there. Let's listen a few more minutes and then we're done. And we'll get on to Heckle Bus.
Time for you as a participant of fellowship and me as a facilitator, while also being involved in the practice of fellowship. Amazing how they think they know so much about the occult and their masters and everything else, and they're so bright, but they can't see the same types of ways that lead to the same types of revelations. Your masters do this to you all the time. They throw 3 to 5 things out, look at what you grab onto, and then they reverse engineer and learn the core of your beingness. And the reason they threw it out to begin with is because they read your energy. They know the energy of a slave whore. They know the energy of a corrupt scum. See? Of course they do. It lives within them on some.
The energy of wanting and desiring comforts and conveniences of somebody else doing and saying things, so you don't have to take that responsibility, liability, culpability, accountability. Get over it. Learn how to be the man or woman you're supposed to be. Quit being the bitch-ass slave.
Level. That's the real like mind fuck. If you go to the next level, is everything as within, so without, as above, so below, right? So of course they know that because it lives within them on some level. Go back and check the record how many folks came here to try to use me and sat next to me who I called them out of left field and people went, what? Why is he doing that? He must be like cotted out. No, I'm reading their energy. And 9 out of 10 times after I call them out of left field and then give them the rundown, within weeks to months later, they reveal it was all right there the whole time with how they deal with me and everyone else around the situation. I wasn't wrong. I just picked up on something most weren't seeing. And I had to be unorthodox and unconventional and impolite to get it on record and get it out there.
Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar, Paul. So familiar. That's why I love Paul. That's why I love Paul. I only dislike what he said to me. Hopefully that'll be rectified, reconciled, whatever, forgiven, repented for, forgotten, whatever. And maybe he has yet to be able to point out something I did wrong. I don't think so yet. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Exactly why you get the government that reflects that. Bunch of lying, thieving, unaccountable, irresponsible scum who will take whatever's not nailed down and they'll beg and pour mouth while they do it to try to gaslight.
Absolutely. Spot on, Paul. Spot on. So let's get on to the next one. The final one, Heckle Bus. Heckle Bus. Let me set up here. And this is where we'll see the Short Bus podcast TV that I mentioned in El Perro as the newest channel. My visual. Welcome to the Short Bus Podcast TV. Now you can find us here at at Short Bus Podcast TV on YouTube just by punching that into your search engine. You should be able to come up. It should come right up at the top. Short Bus Podcast TV, or you can find us at Heckle Bus Rides. That's Heckle-Bus Rides. And it is also down in the details section of the video you are watching. So go check that out. Heckle Bus Rides, Heckle-Bus Rides. As you see here. And who are the hecklers? That's you guys. You guys are the ones heckling. Okay, you're the hecklers, and I'm the clown. But I'm the clown that's going to hold you to your accountability by shining that dark mirror of the abyss right back at you, just like Paul. I'm going to do it a different way. I'm going to show you your weaknesses. In an empathetic way. I too was a fucking fool. I too was a bitch ass slave. And hopefully through me explaining it, you'll comprehend that my method is teaching, not belittling. Though it might have some heckling in there as a reflection. So we discuss the social conditioning. The Amish fuel miracle, genius engineering, or a total scam. Can you make your own fuels? What can you use to make fuel? And what kind of fuel do you need to run certain things or do certain things? You know, there's lamp fuel that gives off light. There's no mechanics about it. You just find a fuel that will light. Homeless to off-grid. Homeless to off-grid. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not about me. It's about change. Affecting change. Be the change. If I want to show people how to learn to fish, then I can't just keep accepting a fish from somebody else. I have to go out and fish and show you that I can fish for myself. Again, this is the imperative of my expression, but your right to know. Okay? Hecklebus rides the paradigm shift, knowledge distribution and media authority. Like I said, this one's 57 minutes and 55 seconds long, but it's going over that document that I spoke about earlier when I'm talking about this panel verse and the paradigms. There's a link. The panel verse, a paradigm shift in knowledge distribution and media authority, the democratization of discourse. Okay. And this is why I say your freedom of expression is great. Everybody else's right to know is more exponential and imperative. And so the democratization of discourse is a downfall. We need to start getting out of this, remember this rhetoric of repeating what everybody else is saying and get beyond the majority and hit the bounds. You know, get outside those boundaries. And this is relative to coming out of her. If a man is bound by his words, then his actions are true freedom. Make sure they match. If you're going to sit there and show a state ID and say you're not a bitch ass slave, but yet go out and get that car and drive and not have a statement saying that you intend to perform 50% of its use in trade or business, therefore recognizing that you are performing the functions of public office, then maybe you shouldn't be doing it. But no, you don't hear that. You don't see that. You're just going to keep on doing it because it's comfort and convenient to be able to hop in a car and and travel down the road by paying all the registration, license, and insurance of a bitch ass slave. When everything's actually prepaid, folks. So go check that one out. Homeless to off grid. Let's see here. I guess that's it for that. And there's a couple shorts, help people understand.
Most drama queens are looking for the mic on the main stage of the abyss. They don't want meaning, just a spotlight in a popularity contest where the uglier the drama, the bigger the score. Validation is a cheap token, and the price is your weakened soul. They share their drama in the public square, hoping it will fill the emptiness of the void. It's not about finding themselves, it's about becoming a trending topic for the audience. They confuse attention for affirmation. That's the most pathetic tightrope act of all. Using fake smiles for likes, and the joke is, the more you cry, the louder the applause. You're all just waiting for my bus, the one with one seat, to take you one way to nowhere. Enjoy the ride!
Enjoy the ride, guys. Enjoy the ride. Let's see here. I'll have to find the one for the conversion bus. Apologies if you did not hear that. Here's one about this guy's hitting 70 and he moved off grid. And he tells you about his move. He tells you about the hardships. He tells you about his research before doing it. He tells you about the nuances, innuendos, this and that. I suggest going and checking him out. Watch this video, find out who he is. Go check him out. If he can do it, you can do it. And there you have it, folks. Me in a nice little bundle. Like I said, I've got 30 YouTube channels, but there's the 5 premium ones that I use, the ones that I put out in public to help others. Everything else is for private reasons, privacy and this and that. I'll probably never expose them, except maybe 1 or 2. Like I said, I might monetize a channel one day. In the meantime, like I said, it's a Dono drive. Stronger together, navigating a tough transition and looking ahead. We've gone through a wrongful turn constructive eviction this past February, extending from some issues prior to that from end of November through December. And then, of course, the consequent eviction process during January, and then the new place since February. We're at the end of our lease for 6 months, so we have to re-sign a new one. It's more expensive here. I have to mow the lawn, shovel the walk, all this and that. We don't have a washer and dryer in the building, so now we got to go to a laundromat. All kinds of things that have caused us more expense and stress for sure, both herself and myself. She's still not comfortable with the place. Has things that she has to overcome, steps and this and that here and there. There's no air conditioning. And like I said, we've got a water bill that still has to be paid in 2 days and don't have the ability to pay for it because of somebody else's fuck up while they explain they're just doing their job. So please hit the like, share, subscribe. There's a PayPal link down below for anybody who wants to share some love. Let me get back here. And we're going to send you out the door with a couple. I hope everybody will stay and listen to these for a few minutes. I'm done myself, though, but I'm going to play a couple of those songs that I created. And hopefully you'll pay attention. And before I get there, let's start with this one. Oops. Get there first.
I walked into prison, still a boy of 120 pounds. When I walked out, I was healthy and mindful. Know thyself. Heal thyself. See, it's not just the physical, but the mental health too. You can get help before prison. Call 988 for help today and be blessed.
Be blessed, people. Reach out for help. 988 is a line you can call for help. But there are many people in your life, I assure you, that you can reach out to for help. I'm one of them. You can reach out through this platform and send me an email. Do it preemptively. You know shit's gonna go falling down before it happens. Reach out. Doesn't have to be me. I hope it's not me. I hope you have better sources than me, because we don't even know each other. I would hope you'd have somebody in the village. It takes a village to raise a child. You're still in the village of God as a child of God. Reach out to somebody you know locally, somebody that knows you, somebody you're comfortable with. Think about it. And here we go. On the way out. Like I said, I hope you guys enjoy it. Some of my work. Hopefully it's worth something that you can help a brother out and hit the PayPal link. Share some love. We could certainly use it.
Oh Lord, I've done so many things wrong. I backed away when I should have stood strong. I quit things were taking too long, and Lord, it's taking forever to write this song. I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. When mama had me, that damn doctor hit me, and now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy. So listen.
listen up and take a step back. Real rap's a journey, not a one-way track. Find your own voice, don't just imitate, cause the real ones rise and fakes ones fade. Bragging about the streets they roam, and sitting on the cold aluminum chrome while I'm spitting and vibing, they just moan, claiming they're kings but sitting alone. Got bars like a prison, but they can't break free. Spitting recycled lines, no originality, and here I am bringing up clarity while they babble on, lost in their parody. No need to set a trap with a limp in their wall. People saying they can rap, I can't even talk. Babbling lines, they think they're so fly, but I'm here to tell them to say goodbye. Babbling nonsense, trying to chase that fame, but I'm here to call it out. It's a damn shame, claiming they're the next Big E in the game, but their rhymes are weak, just a flicker, no flame. You sound familiar, yeah, real vanilla, so similar, like some out of place gorilla in a small villa deep in Manila, kin to Queen Camilla and her flotilla and all kinds of furbies and chinchilla who drank too much tequila. And what's really killer is that the real filler is the real spiller. The real filler is the real filler of the real deal. All these channel nerds on this panel verse using battle words to tackle turds and slaying shit in bit non-bits, putting out hits on men with tits and chicks with dicks and LGBT misfits and don't know shit yet, professing truth like an effing sleuth in a private booth with a lying tooth, drunk or removed like a damn fool. And just in case you haven't heard, I'm a true ogre that writes his own word, so don't cross the line, it isn't blurred. It's from first-hand experience I've learned when I hold the words back in my mind. It's just me trying to be kind, but no, man, I'm not so blind. Speaking is the right kind. Speaking vivid visions right from the start, with each word playing a certain part. A verbal picture that shows its own art, painted with passion, inspired by the heart. I'm telling you, break the chains with the truth in a world full of babble and giving proof. So thrive in this rap game, only the genuine survive. When things have become so problematic, I try to find solutions like an addict looking for a bump to keep up the habit, and the effects seem so damn automatic. This comes of personality or whatever you want to call it. I don't participate chasing the bag by trying to ball it. See, I'm a redneck with no money in my pants wallet, so go ahead and keep hating on me like Jesse Smollett.
Everyone questioning my style, you must be kidding. The words that I am putting forth are hitting you in the right in the face, yet you are tripping. You're drunk on something and you ain't been sipping. Just step into the metaverse where the vibes can be cursed, digital dreams, but sometimes it feels like a hearse. People lost in avatars, chasing likes in the cloud. But what's worse is the real world's fading out. We all have the freedom of speech, but people always trying to bleep me. Is it because they can't keep me? Or is it because they can't beat me? Bring the simple truths that you can't destroy. All the patent things I've seen since I was a boy. The things that made me cry and brought me joy. The good and bad in my life I learned to employ. Taking from them the experience and leaving emotions behind. And so I learned to be true and no longer accept to be blind. Acting and performing in ways that others have defined, only to find out once again that I have them aligned. We're living in a world so filled with doubt. If you're caught in the game and twice seem to break out, I see you looking for the truth, but it's hard to scout. Thought you were awake, but finding you're lost in the clouds. They feed us the script, gotta learn to live without. Learn to question every lie and to flip the route. See the ages lurking in the dark corners all about. See I'm breaking free, hear my discernment speaking out. Perception's a trick punch like a shadow in a bout. Chasing after dreams, others trying to drown them out. But I rise from the ashes and break free from that doubt. In this matrix of madness, you hear me scream out, breaking the chains and getting rid of all the doubt. That's what you have to do to find your way out. Drink the clean waters and let your vision sprout. In a world of deception, together we'll rise and shine. From the matrix way twist what it's all about. Reality's not a screen, that's delusion. You can do it out, trapped in that illusion and mostly seeing others pout. Feeling like a pawn in a game where they set the route. Bet you didn't think I could write this rap. Bet you didn't bet I'm right in fact. So scream all you want and write in caps. All you really doing is fighting stats. So remember I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. My mama had me. That damn doctor hit me. And now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy.
Days ago, and look who we have. Say hi to Dempsey. We've come to realize that it's a female with the dull coloring, and so therefore it is no longer Dempsey Sir Poops a Lot. It is Dempsey Madam Poops a Lot. So just once again, reminder, if you're a steward of life, you will have lifelong friends. God bless. Love y'all. Have a great day.
Step into the light or the shadow it casts. A look in the mirror, stripping the mask. The ego deflects what the id wants to hide, but we find the truth on the edge of the slide. The void isn't empty, it's a canvas of gray, where the ghosts of our bias come out to play. You point at the monster, you point at the screen, but it's only a shadow that's being seen. We sit in the silence where the tension is rife, dissecting the ego with the surgical knife. From the depths of the abyss to the clarity of mind, leaving the noise and the drama behind. High etiquette, held as the ultimate key. This is the Short Burst Podcast TV.